Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. And then I have a couple of changes to the agenda to announce tonight. So application number 2949 for 30 Club Road for applicant Satoru Ogama has been postponed to March 25th, 2026 without need for further public notice. And then application number 2944 for 24 William Street, applicant Dimitri Charles has been postponed to April 22nd, 2026 without need for further public notice. Thank you.
Ready for the roll call? Okay. Here.
Vice Chair Simon is not present. Mr. Caulfield?
Here.
Mr. Church?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Moore is not present. Mr. Vieira?
Here.
Ms. Grant?
Here.
Mr. Griffith is not present, and Mr. Cruz will be arriving a bit later, but not currently present, and Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll turn first to the minutes of our February 4th meeting. I noted one item and I'll posed a question to our secretary we may need clarification. So this is on page 3 and line 67, where in the testimony, Ms. Holloway indicated that the St. Mark's Methodist Episcopal Church was the first church and school, and I'm not sure if that reference was really the first African-American or if it was in fact the first church. So if we can get clarification on that so that the records are clear.
I'll have to double check the tape, and I will send you a copy before I finalize.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. I don't have any other corrections to the minutes. Does anyone else have any corrections to the minutes? Would someone move approval of the minutes?
I will make a motion to approve the minutes as
Second.
presented.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? They are voted. Thank you. Then we have one resolution. This is related to application 2948 51 Elm Street, St. Mark's United Methodist Church, what we were just referring to. In this resolution, I noted an inconsistency and just a minor correction. And the inconsistencies are in the opening paragraph with the reference to NJSA 40:55D-70C, whereas on page 2, in the next to the last paragraph, the reference adds parentheses 1 at the end of that same. So whichever is the correct one should be. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other item that I noted was just again, it was just really just grammatical. In paragraph on page 2, paragraph 3, I think at the end of the 4th line there's an extra T that's hanging out all by itself.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other corrections to the resolution? As noted then, would someone move the approval of the resolution as amended?
I'll move the approval of the resolution as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain. I intended to abstain the last vote too.
All right,
Got you.
thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so that's voted. Thank you so much. All right, as our secretary noted, we have some changes in our agenda, so we're going to, in this case, begin with application 2964, which is 110 Orange Road, the Montclair History Center. This relates to a historical marker sign mounted 8 feet above grade, where 6 feet is the minimum height permitted. That is related to Montclair Code 347-109.1B, and as well as from Montclair Code 347-109.1D to permit a historic marker sign measuring 14 square feet, where 2 square feet is permitted maximum. Is there someone here to speak to this? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Hi, I'm Angelica Diggs, the director with the Montclair History Center.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yes.
Let me just swear you in
Yes.
first. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
And now you can give us your name and position.
Angelica Diggs, director of the Montclair History Center.
Okay, and you're the attorney for the application, right? Would you just give us your appearance?
Yes, Nathalia Bernardo.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back tonight. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the slides, if that's okay.
And we'll collectively mark the slides as Exhibit A1.
Great. So just some background for the Montclair History Center. We're located on Orange Road, which is the address. Oh, thank you. Okay, that works. Which is the address associated with the application. So we have 3 historic properties. The one we're here about tonight with the historic marker is the Crane House and Historic YWCA Museum. We also operate out of the Clark House, which is next door at 108 Orange Road. That's our research archives, library, and center. And we also have the Nathaniel Crane House, which is our visitor center on site and museum store. So that entirety of those 2 properties make up our organization. We do a lot of programs out in the community, on site at the museum itself, and also virtually. So why we're here tonight is we are applying for the historic marker is for the New Jersey Black Heritage Trail. Specifically, this is for the Montclair YWCA, which was a hub for African American women and girls from 1920 to 1965 when it was housed in the Crane House historic site. The Y actually began in 1912, was a central hub for women for educational, social purposes. Also was a housing facility. When it was in the Crane House, women came up as part of the Great Migration, living there in the community. So it really was a central part of the Black heritage and community here in Montclair. So we have been accepted, and we are now part of the New Jersey Black Heritage Trail, which that actually happened last year. So tonight I'm here. We came months ago because we have updated measurements for the signage that I would like to share with you tonight for the sign. Yeah.
Oh. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and position, please.
Zainab Gazmi, assistant planner.
Thank you.
Okay. I won't read through that. I believe is in the application packet, but that just tells you what the title of the signage as well as the text will say. Not pictured there will also be a QR code that visitors and passerbyers can scan and then see all of the Heritage Trail sites across the state of New Jersey. So interconnecting to other sites, including Montclair, will have 2 others, which is St. Mark's, which you heard, as well as the Howe House as well. I sent to Zainab and I added another picture, although I know it's so dreary. I have a better lighted version because of the sad snow. One of the things I just wanted to point out was the updated measurements. It's still 42 inches wide. I actually got the sign delivered and have it in storage on site, so I measured everything myself. So the top of the U shape of the logo down to where the bottom of the signage is that 41.5 inches. Then there's about a number of inches of a bracket that attaches to the pole, and then from ground to top of the sign with the curvature is 96 total. That's the 8 feet above ground for the updated dimensions. I was also just suggesting the signage be slightly relocated to the left, and that's because I was outside measuring, and this is just a happier sign from springtime, which I superimposed. To the left of that first bush area, there is actually 6 feet of space from retaining wall to the sidewalk, and it makes it much more comfortable for passerbyers to stop and view the sign. When I was here previously months ago, the other locations which you had in your packet, we were looking at closer to the stairwell. That's only 4 feet of space. And then the other location, which I think we all preferred the least, was to the right side of the staircase. And I went out there and lined it up with the pole and everything myself. I'm just going to jump back. It actually fits really nicely. And also then the brush is less of a concern behind it too. It's not even touching it. I know that picture doesn't show it very clearly. So it allows more room for that sign and placement. Then I also just wanted to show some examples now that some are being installed across the state. It was still pretty new last year. This is the 8-foot grade that you can see for some different people and how it's getting installed and how it will feel when people walk up and see it on site. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Yeah.
Turn to Mr. Church.
I have no questions. Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I have no questions.
Can't wait to see it, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Mr. Chairman. Hi, good evening. Just a quick question. Can you clarify, when you said 6 feet, is that the width in front of the?
Let me show you if I can. Let me go back. So, thank you. So slightly moving this, oh, I'm in the way. Moving the sign to the left. Right here at the edge of this bush is where the retaining wall actually juts back. So there's 6 feet from wall to the edge of the sidewalk, where comparatively when we were talking about closer to the stairwell before is only 4 feet. So that's just allowing a little more room. It felt like it wasn't as on top of you if you were someone walking by. So that was my suggestion. It actually looks pretty nice, and it doesn't block any of the front sign, and it clearly indicates it's referring to that historic site behind it, which was another question we brought up some months ago.
Okay, and that makes sense. And so you're proposing to put the sign closer to the retaining wall or along the same plane as the other views?
I was going to suggest it's at minimum 2 to 3 feet forward from the retaining wall, where it's almost in line. Again, I know it's hard to see because the bush is blocking it. So it's 2 feet from this retaining wall to where the next one juts out. So it's almost in line with that second wall, so that it feels like it's nicely aligned as you're walking by the property, if that makes sense.
No,
Yeah?
that makes
Okay.
sense. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It looks as though from the exhibit that you showed us of signage that's been posted in other locations, that it's a pretty substantial sign.
It is, yes, yeah.
And so I don't have any questions about this. Are there any final comments that you'd like to offer before we move to final?
We should open it up to the public.
Well, I guess we should do that. You're right. Thank you so much. Are there members of the public that would like to offer any comments, or members that would like to offer any questions? Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll turn to, do you have any final comments that you'd like to offer before we discuss this as the board?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll turn to Mr. Church. Any comments?
I have no comments concerning this. I think it's good. It's a nice thing that we're doing, acknowledging our history. And so I'd be very much in favor of this application.
Ms. Harris?
I'm in favor of the application. Just seeing the photos of the installed signs and how large they are, I think it's great that you moved it over so that there is some more room to view it from the sidewalk. Otherwise, I think it'd be really hard to read. So I'm in favor of this application.
Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Thanks for coming back. Thank you for doing all the work there. It looks great, and can't wait to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant?
I want to say that I think it's wonderful that it's going up. I know when I travel around and you see these markers in other states and other places, and you kind of stop and read them, and it symbolizes a lot. it symbolizes the contribution to this town's development, and it'll always be there. So even though, you know, the people who moved into the Y are not here, their contribution will always be recognized. So it should be a proud moment for the town. I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you. I'm also in favor of the application. I think this is a great initiative statewide, so and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful thing, as my colleagues have said, that Montclair has the privilege of having, I guess, ultimately 3
Yeah.
such locations within the township. And appreciate your bringing the first one to us and helping us to think through carefully what this signage ought to look like, and the posting, and making sure that it's something which is clearly available for the edification of our community and for our education, and also for the promotion of the township.
Yes.
So I'm also in favor of this application.
Thank you.
Let me just say, if there's a motion to approve the variance, it should be subject to our 2 standard conditions, that the applicant's bound by all representations made on their behalf during the course of the public hearing, and that the applicant shall be responsible for all inspection fees incurred, as well as escrow fees incurred in connection with review of this matter.
All right. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? It is voted.
Wonderful.
Go make history.
Thank you. You'll all be getting formal invites in the mail, but we're going to be installing and having a big community event April 18th. So hold the date, but you'll get the card. So thank you. And the Y's history is also permanently documented and shared as a part of the museum. It'll be an open house in the museum as well that day, and a documentary. So it'll be a big day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next application is going to be application 2961, 112 Llewellyn Road, Shannon and Greg Hobbs. This is a variance from Montclair Code 347-33B2 to permit a front yard setback of 35 feet along the Clinton Avenue frontage, where a minimum setback of 50 feet is required. The applicant seeks any other variances that may be required. I'll ask of our secretary if public notice and fees have all been accounted for.
Yes, taxes are paid and public notice is in order.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Courtney Rambo, 141 Central Ave, Montclair.
Okay, and you're a registered architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
Correct.
And your license is in good standing?
Correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rombo. Welcome. You're welcome to either stand, sit, or however you'd like to present.
Hello. Is it on?
No,
Is it on now?
it is. Thank you.
Hi, all. I'm Courtney, and my client Gregory Hobbs is with me. Do they have the packets in front of them?
They do, and we'll mark
Okay.
that collectively as Exhibit A1.
Okay, everything from the packets is from the big set of drawings, except for one picture about the condenser unit that I'll show you on the last page. Okay, a little bit about the property first. It's a corner lot at the corner of Clinton Ave and Llewellyn Road. The driveway is off Clinton Ave, and the front walk is off Llewellyn Road. The house, did I skip a page? The house is a corner lot, and the existing house is already into the Clinton Ave front yard. There's a little bump out that was built in the 90s, and we're proposing a slightly bigger bump out that goes 4.4 feet 2 inches past the current bump out. This is a 3D rendering of what's existing now, and that's a 3D rendering of what we're proposing. It's a kitchen bump out here with a porch, and you can see that the covered porch is stepped back slightly from the kitchen addition. The setback in the RO zone is 50 feet for front yard setback, but we did a neighborhood setback study and found that the only other house on the block's garage is about 35 feet from the road. So we're not going any closer than 35 feet, even though we will be within the 50-foot setback. Down here is a picture of this house, which is 100 Warren. It's the side of the house. And then here, it's the backyards between 100 Warren and their house. And then this is a picture of the side of their house. This is a picture of the existing side of the house showing a outline of what we're proposing. And this is a 3D rendering of the kitchen bump out and the porch beyond. So this part here, which doesn't have any historical significance, will be demolished. And this new part, which matches the house, will be proposed. This is showing in yellow which part of the existing house is currently within the setback, and the green is the new part, which will be in the front yard setback, the Clinton front yard setback. So this is a different view looking from the corner here of the covered porch. And that's the existing house showing outline of what we're proposing. We don't have this marked on the drawing, but the contractor made me aware today there is a condenser unit tucked way back in there behind some bushes. So that will have to be relocated. We haven't had a chance to talk to the HVAC sub about where it could go. We would like to put it on the other side of the house where there's a whole house generator. But it looks like we could squeeze it in here and still be within the front two setbacks just barely. But then there would be some noise for someone sitting on this porch. So we're going to try to put it on the other side of the house. I didn't talk to you about this, but you okay with that? Okay. All right, let me just make sure I got all the pages. All right, that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hobbs, would you like to say anything about this project? Okay, all right. Then let's turn to the members of the board. Mr. Church, are you ready? Okay, all right, we'll turn to Mr. Church first.
So, will this enclosure be screened, or will it be enclosed with windows, or?
That's a good question. The covered porch, you're saying?
Yeah.
Right now, it's just a covered porch, but we are looking into getting prices for the seasonal screens that can be popped in just in the hot months in the summer.
Okay. Is there, is work done on that screen to allow that to happen? I mean, is it gonna be 3/4, full length? What's it gonna be if you
Yeah.
do it?
We actually have a call tomorrow to talk
Because-
about it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the screened effect, a full screened effect,
Mhm.
makes a difference to me at any rate. Rather than to have windows that can be removed and screens put in. So that would require probably a shelving of some sort, either
Yeah,
all
like a
three-
bar
yeah,
halfway.
Yeah, either 3/4 down or,
The picture, the inspiration photo we're looking at with the company, which is Upstate Door that we're meeting with tomorrow, there's a railing and there is a place you attach it to, so it's two different screens.
so once it's installed, it'll look permanent, right? It won't look like a
Correct.
temporary
Yeah, this is a
tent type of.
pretty high-end company, so they make sure it looks like it's always been there
It'll
when it is.
fit into the architecture and so forth.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, on the second to last page of your presentation, the design goals page, you say that the new kitchen will extend 4 feet beyond the existing. Can you show us that on the plan, the existing versus the proposed? Having a hard time understanding.
Sure. You want to see it on the full-size plans or on this plan here?
Or, yeah, whatever you have available, if you could walk us through that.
This is the end of the existing house, the yellow, and that's the 4 foot 2 inches that the kitchen goes past the existing kitchen.
But so the current bump out from the wall of the garage, what's the distance there?
From here to here?
No, from the existing, so the little.
From
yeah,
here,
From there back,
from this little dimension?
yeah. I guess because you've got 7'3" for the extension. What's the depth of the existing bump out?
Oh, so it'd be 7'3" minus 4 foot 2 inches. Yeah, I don't have that dimension on here, but it would be 3
I guess it
foot.
just looks a little bit out of proportion the way that it's drawn. Like it looks like the new addition is going out further than 4'2".
The software doesn't really do wrong dimensions, but I could check it.
Yeah, if you can, I don't know. So you're saying that the bump out from the existing bump out from the garage wall is 3 foot? Is 3'1"?
You're asking for this little dimension from here to here?
No, I'm just for the vertical dimension.
This
back,
one.
From the exterior of the existing wall to the garage wall. Yeah, just go straight back. What is that dimension? Yeah.
This little one right here.
Yeah.
So that would be this dimension minus that dimension.
Which would be 3'1".
Right.
Which is, you've got a 3'6" dimension here that looks like it's a lot bigger than that little depth. I just want to make sure that we're just going 4'2" from the existing, and it looks like it's probably a little bit further.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I'll check that. The 4'2" does look right because a countertop is 2 feet, and it looks like it's going past it 2 feet, but I'll check that.
Okay, and then you mentioned that the only other structure on this street is a garage further down. Is there nothing across the street either?
The only other structure on that side of the road.
Okay.
On the block.
Did you take the setbacks from across the street as well?
Nope, just that block.
Okay. Okay, no questions, no other questions for me right now.
Mr. Caulfield?
There's a tree that's there, right? That will come down.
Yes, it'll have to come down.
Will the screen porch have a door?
It'll have a door from the house, but not
house,
a
not
door
from
to
the
the
house.
outside.
And the roof on the, is it a combined roof for the screen porch and the extension?
Yeah, it's the same roof. It's a hip roof for both.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grant?
Hello.
Hi.
On Clinton, there, the existing window is like a decorative window. The replacement window, do you have a, picture of what that window will look like? That you're,
So it won't be a replacement window because it's going to be a new structure. But this here, that'll be the window? Is that what you're talking about?
what I mean is there's a window there, and then the new structure, you're putting in another window. So
Yeah.
I'm asking will the window be decorative?
Oh, no.
Is it gonna be a decorative window like the existing?
No, it's going to be a fixed window in the middle with casement windows with grills on it.
So it's
on
gonna
either
look
side.
just like this, the rendering here?
Right, the proposed, of the proposed.
Well, is it gonna look just like this? Or is it
Yes.
gonna be like a decorative window?
No.
The existing one?
No, it'll look like what's in the rendering there.
Just that question.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, is the existing bump out, it's going to be completely demolished? Is there anything that will be salvaged there?
I don't think so. Let me just look at the demo plan to make sure that's true. It's just a 2-foot part. So do you have this big drawing?
Yes.
On the second page, BOA 2.
Yeah.
You'll see just that little part is being demolished.
The red part.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that will be demolished. And as far as so for the new bump out, the siding and the roof, it will all look the same as the rest of the house?
Yes,
Correct.
it'll all match the existing.
You'll match the existing. And what about the roof leaders? Are you going to add new? Or
Those will match the existing also. They'll be
And
new, but
and
they'll
you'll-
match the existing.
You'll add more, or it will be the same number of roof leaders?
There'll be one on each side. So on that same page, the bottom right, I have that drawing on here, right? The big one? Do you see the leaders on this drawing?
Yeah.
There's one on each side. Downspouts.
Yeah. And there's one also in the middle, is that right?
I don't think there's, yes, there is one in the middle also, because that steps back there.
Okay, and there's no basement underneath, right? Of the
A crawl space.
Cross. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, I have a variety of questions I'd like to go over with you. So, but I'm going to begin with 2 items that my colleagues have already raised to make sure that I'm clear in terms of what you're intending. So the first, again, goes back to the question that Ms. Harris was asking about the dimensions in terms of the measurements. And it's, I gather from your response that that's something you'll have to look at to make sure that you have the exact measurements. And
Yeah,
I
I'll look at
would-
that.
I think if we do, in fact, move to a vote this evening, it might be helpful if you know what those measurements actually are. Otherwise, we'll have to have something in the motion that would address
Sure.
the need to be flexible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
In terms of those final dimensions. And then Mr. Caulfield asked about that tree. And I think I wasn't paying attention. So did you say that tree is going to be removed, or that tree is going to remain?
It's going to be removed.
It is going to be removed. Okay. All right. So so then let's talk about some of the elements of this project. So you mentioned the condenser, that it likely it will have to be relocated. And you mentioned two possible locations. One of them would be potentially sitting just in the of the porch, and then you mentioned the other side of the house where the Generac is located. I think that if you were to look at putting the condenser in the front of the porch, that might pose some questions for us as a zoning board in terms of proximity of a condenser to the sidewalk area. And again, just given the fact that I don't know how loud that is, but that would be a factor for us in terms of, so I probably would suggest thinking about that, the other side of the house where the Generac is located. But then there you have the factor of that Generac already being there, and I don't know how noisy it is, and the combination of that and the condenser, and whether or not that would have any impact on the neighbor. So that would be, again, would be a factor to take into consideration. In some cases, when condensers have been presented to us, we've encouraged that there be some kind of vegetation around it that both shields the site, which currently it does,
Yeah.
as well as helps to sort of soften the sound. I don't know if there's any such around the Generac, but you know, I would simply raise that for your consideration.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So that raises the question about landscaping in general. We noted that in your presentation is landscaping, of course, in front of the existing residence. But in terms of the porch area, are you planning on putting in new vegetation around that area, or will that just simply be a grassy area? What's the intent?
I would imagine they would. They take their landscaping pretty seriously, but yeah. Yeah, they have a good landscaper.
Okay.
I'd probably put it back to how it was, which is pretty nice landscaping
Okay,
around there now.
Which creates the privacy.
Yeah.
Yes. So, again, I think Mr. Church, my colleague Mr. Church, had raised a question about the porch. Mr. Church, the porch, and some of the houses in the neighborhood do have porches and some don't. And so I think the fact that there is a porch to the front of the house is probably not problematic. But the porches, for the most part, seem to be open. That at least the ones that I noted. I mean, there are some that have extensions, but they're really fully glassed in. They don't seem to be something that transitions from glass to screening from season to season. And so again, I think getting clarification in terms of what the ultimately, sort of like, what's the purpose of the porch? I mean, you know, the purpose of the extension is one thing, but what's the purpose of the porch itself? Is it just really sort of an aesthetic in order to make that bump out sort of cohesive with the rest of the house? Is that what the intent behind that is, or what?
No, it's more like Greg wanted a porch to hang out on close to the kitchen. They do have a sunroom type room on the other side where the generator is, but everyone hangs out in the kitchen, and this is going to be a nice new kitchen, so he wants a porch to take his food out onto.
Okay.
And it was always going to be just a covered porch up until recently. We had this idea to design it in a way that we could put screens in later. Would you prefer an open porch as a look?
I personally, I don't have a preference. I just have a question just in terms of what the intent is for the porch. And yeah, I mean, in some neighborhoods, porches are very important and people hang out on them. But
Yeah.
it's sort of a consistent thing in a neighborhood. In other cases, they don't. So, you know, personally, I don't have a preference, however.
Okay.
Not for me to have a preference.
I think he plans on hanging out on the porch.
Okay. Then, just in terms of the extension itself, so your proposal is to expand the kitchen, and what's the case for expanding it to the extent that you are that requires the variance?
The existing kitchen, which you'll see on page, go to it here. This existing kitchen is decent, but compared to the size of the house, it's pretty small. So they wanted to make it bigger, so when their daughters come home and they have their friends over, they could have a place for their friends and family to sit at the island. And then it was important to Greg to have the porch, which was going to be in the front yard setback anyway. So figured we should make the kitchen the best it could be, make it more of a better size for the house.
And then you mentioned that there's a crawl space underneath, but I noticed that in terms of the existing structure right now, there are a couple of windows which suggest that there is a basement underneath there, or is it a crawl space?
I believe it's a full basement where this is, because the laundry room's in there.
Okay. So in terms of this construction then, will the basement be expanded?
No, it'll be a crawl space, so that laundry room will lose its window.
So will you seal up those windows, or what's the intent? Because I think there are 2 windows.
2. Yeah, he probably will seal up the windows. But we also will have to have access into that crawl space by code. So maybe one of those windows becomes access to the crawl space. It's a good question. Good thing to think about.
And are there other windows in the basement?
Yeah, there's a lot
Other
of windows
parts
in the
of the-
basement.
Okay. So I noticed that on the front entrance, trying to understand the way in which you sort of did the red markings. So you have pillars on the front, the current front entrance to the property. And then there's, it looks like there are 2 panels there that are marked in red. Does that indicate that something's changing on the front entrance? If you look at...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That was left over from when we designed that front entrance, so that's not part of this project.
Okay, so nothing's changing?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah, it's done now.
All right. And so the pillars that you have on the front entrance, and then the pillars that will be on the porch, are those matching?
They will match.
Okay. And I noted that I think the Historical Preservation Commission really sort of indicated that the current window that's on the kitchen is of no historical value.
Correct.
It doesn't add anything to the property, so you've gone with a more traditional window. And I wondered why, in terms of your rendering, because there are shutters that are on most of the other public-facing windows, why you're choosing not to put shutters on this new window on the kitchen?
Well, it didn't occur to me, but I have learned from the Glen Ridge HPC that they're very particular over there about the shutters. If they close, they should cover the whole window. And in this case, if there was shutters, they would only close over the casement windows on the side and wouldn't cover over the fixed window in the middle.
Although that seems to be true of most of the windows on this. I mean, if you look at the drawings that you gave us,
You're right, the ones on the front wouldn't cover it. The ones on the side might. Well, the truth is I didn't consider it, but
Well,
it's an interesting
yeah,
idea.
it's just an aesthetic, and I just would, again, raise it for consideration. It's not something that I would impose as a condition, obviously, but it seemed to be odd that it was, of all the public-facing windows, this is the one that would not have that feature.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration.
All right, thank you. Let's see if there are any other questions I had on this. I also noticed that there is a somewhat of a informal walkway that goes from the front door going to the garage area. I mean, it's very muddied. Is there an intent to have a walkway that goes around, or would one need to walk all the way out to the street, down the street, and back up to access the driveway? I mean, if, I just wondered, just simply
That's a
because
good question.
there's a path that already seems to have been sort of created in the landscape, and whether it was intentional or not intentional, I'm not sure. Mr. Hobbs, you want to make a comment? You'd have to be sworn in, please. You're welcome.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Gregory Hobbs, 112 Llewellyn Road, Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Okay, so that path that you're referring to, that is because of the construction that's going on. They've been walking on the outside instead of through the house. So that's not really a path that will be permanent for anything. So once they've completed the construction, then we're going to go back and then do the landscaping and repatch that with the grass and everything.
All right. All right.
So I hope, does that answer your question?
It does answer my question.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I think those are all the questions that I have. Yes, Ms. Grant.
What year was the home?
How long have you been in the home? They've been in the home 2 years, and I believe the home was built 1960. Yeah, 1960.
All right, are there members of the public that would like to raise questions
Or make a statement.
or make a statement? All right. And Ms. Rombo, we'll turn to you. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before we turn to the zoning board and discuss your application?
Just that I think I did have that dimension wrong, and I see it corrected here on the big drawings. It's 5'6" on page BOA2. I'm sorry about that.
This is on the larger rendering, right?
Yeah.
So just the record's clear, does that impact the requested variance? So you're asking for a front yard setback of 35 feet from Clinton Avenue, where 40.76 feet is existing, and 50 feet or average of the existing setbacks is required.
No, it's still 35 feet from the property line.
All right, we're ready to discuss it. We'll turn first to Ms. Harris.
I'm in favor generally of this application. I would just say that the conditions, that is that any trees that are removed be replaced per our shade tree ordinance. And that the covered porch, if you do decide to screen it, that it can't, aesthetically, it can't be very different from what you presented today. So, you know, the railings and the columns should be built as shown here, as represented here, and that the shades be temporary and, you know, be able to be removed. But other than that, I would approve this application.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm in favor. I mean, you know, the client or maybe the future client might come and want to build a second story on top of this. You know, we always have to juggle those types of things, but I understand he's trying to upgrade his facility, and he's a corner piece, and, you know, there are some limitations that he has to deal with, so I'm in favor. Thank you.
Ms. Grant?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira?
I'm also in favor of the application. I think also one condition, I guess my preference will be that the condensing unit, the condenser will be in the back of the house, because with the new bump out, it will be closer to the street, so preference will be in the back. Thank you.
Just to get clarification, when you say in the back of the house, you say in the rear of the house, or you're saying
Yeah.
over by the Generac, which is on the side?
Yeah, where the generator is, correct.
Or just within the setbacks. Otherwise, they would have to appear before the board again.
The condition would be the condensers has to be relocated in conformance with the ordinance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Does that work for you,
That's-
planning department?
that
Yes.
would be perfect. So you haven't decided the location of the condensing unit, right?
If the green light is on, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I would prefer for it to go to the other side, and I think it won't be a problem because the HVAC equipment is on the other side of the basement, and from what I've researched, it's not that costly to put it over there. So it probably will be within the setback lines on the other side, either behind the other sunroom or by the generator, behind bushes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm also in favor of the application with the conditions which have been noted. I'll ask Mr. Sullivan for you to go over those conditions for us one more time, but I'm in favor of support of this application. I think this represents an improvement to the property and is aesthetically consistent with the neighborhood and I think adds value. So I don't see that it presents any negative conditions for the neighborhood. So I'm also in favor. Those conditions, please.
Yeah, if there's a motion to approve the front yard setback variance, the conditions would be that the condenser unit shall be relocated in conformance with the ordinance, that any trees removed shall be replaced in conformance with the ordinance. We'll do our standard conditions that the applicant's bound by all representations made on their behalf during the course of the public hearing, and that the applicants shall be responsible for all inspection fees incurred under Montclair Code Section 202-27, as well as escrow fees incurred in connection with review of this matter.
All right. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make the motion to that effect.
Is there a second?
Second?
Who's vote? I heard Ms. Grant. I'll go with that. All right, all in favor of the motion as presented, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? It is voted.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll be looking for tea on your porch. Okay, thank you. We have one additional application. What I'd like to propose is that we take a short break while we find out whether or not we're anticipating the arrival of an additional member of our board.
Or the alternative, you could skip to the annual report discussion if you wanted to. I'll leave that up to you.
You think that would be, okay. We could do that, okay.
I don't know. Is that a break or?
We're going to do the annual report, and then we may have to take a break after, we'll see. Have you heard from Mr. Cruz? So we'll turn to our secretary to guide us through this process, please.
Okay, so I have prepared the list of applications, the map, and then the recommendations for our 2025 annual report. So this is a little bit open-ended for the moment. If you have any additional recommendations to share at this time, we'd love to hear them and discuss them, but I intend for this to be a little bit of a reading period where you can, take a look at the recommendations. A lot of them are carried over from our previous reports that we haven't had, the space to implement at this time, but they are continuing recommendations. 15, 16, and 17 are new for this year based on conversations we've had in the board and at the planning department. So if you have anything else to add, we would like to implement this or adopt this at our March 4th meeting. So I'll prepare a resolution at that time. If we're ready, we'll go forward. Also, if you wanted to share anything by email to discuss with the board, electronically, we can do that.
Just don't have a discussion amongst yourselves, just email it directly
Yes.
to Zada.
The recommendations that have been carried on over from previous years, is it because the council just hasn't had a chance to review them, or?
Yeah, I would say the department and council and planning board in conjunction. It's been a little bit of a slow process as we're getting our affordable housing or ordinance changes out there. There's limited space on the planning board agendas to approve the ordinance changes and then get them over. But I would say for this year, we're looking to move a lot of those forward.
Okay.
It's not for any pushback that's been, presented for those.
And you mentioned that 15 through 17 would be the newest items.
I did have a question about 14. I guess I don't really understand what the recommendation is. That if you remove a tree, you shouldn't be able to file a application with the zoning or planning board for 2 years?
I think I remember that. That was a
Yeah, we
punishment.
talked about it last year.
That was a punishment when they took trees down. Like clear cutting on the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the where that came from was they didn't want people to prep for their applications by cutting down a bunch of trees, so that it wouldn't be considered as part of, the variance application and the, whatever you're building. So any tree removal permits within 2 years would be considered part of that larger application. unless I'm getting that.
Got it.
So I think this came from a few applicants who had cut down a bunch of trees on their property in previous years and then came to the board with, you know, something that was being placed in that location where the trees were cut down. So in note of sensitivity to maintaining mature trees in Montclair.
Then what this will say is you can't cut previous to your application.
Yeah, you can't, or you'd have to pay the fees and it would be considered part of your application almost.
Yeah, I think the way that it's written, it's saying
It's a
that
little confusing.
you can't file an application. I
Yeah.
think if we say that, you know, you have to disclose
Right.
any permits that have been obtained within 2 years as part of your application, makes more sense, but
Yes.
Yeah, I
something
think
it
like
seems
that's
a little bit
cleaner language,
more
yeah.
punitive.
And we've had some disastrous tree cuts.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And in item 15, the 800 square foot maximum living space, is that consistent with action that we had taken over the course of this past year, or?
We had one variance.
In terms of the last ADU application we reviewed?
Yes, mm-hmm.
No, so this ordinance change was implemented after the fact of that. So when we approved that ADU on 144 Union Street that was oversized, the upper limit was 800 square feet. So then the planning board went through a series of changes where they added a little bit more flexibility. So now 800 square feet is capped at the habitable area, which includes bedrooms and bathrooms, but it doesn't include, I don't know, bedrooms and kitchen, but it doesn't include, per the MLUL definition, like storage and bathrooms. So people can technically now go above the 800 square feet, but there is no upper limit established in the ordinance, so I think it still needs some work where you can go above 800 square feet of habitable area, but up to, let's say, 1,200 as a maximum.
And we had, I think, considerable conversations on one of these applications relative to whether or not it was permittable for an ADU to have a second level.
The height hasn't been changed at all since the ordinance was first implemented, so it's still 15 feet. Some people can eke out, 2 feet, and we did have that one 292 Orange Road application that initially was going to dig out a little bit to create 2 feet. They didn't end up doing that, and they just had like a small storage area at the top. So that's still the same.
I think that would be a good recommendation to make, just because it reduces permeable area, right? So you're not trying to get a garage or, larger space on the lower level, and then, having to put another structure on the property as well. So, I'd have to think about this and make a proposal, but it should, be in proportion to the primary structure on the site.
Exactly,
It
yeah.
should be lower than that, but we should be able to give homeowners the flexibility of adding another story.
I wanted to clarify that we're emailing our comments to you. Is there a time frame?
I would say before, maybe a couple of days before March 4th meeting. So let's say by that Monday, if you could get them in, and then everyone else in the board has some time to review them, and we can discuss them again at that meeting after the hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So that would be March 2nd.
March 2nd, yes.
No, we don't need to. I just heard from him, and he indicates he will be here in about 10 or 12 minutes. So we could take a break.
So I think we can take a break. So those that are here for application 2952, 629 Valley Road, we're going to take we'll take a 10-minute break, and hopefully our board member that we're anticipating will have arrived, and we'll then proceed with that application. Right, so we are on break.
We haven't gotten any applications on these.
Thanks. I just would like to acknowledge that Mr. Cruz has arrived at 8:27 p.m.
All right, thank you. So we'll now turn to application, welcome, Mr. Cruz. We'll turn to application 2952, 629 Valley Road, Ivy Rehab Physical Therapy. This application requests variances pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-70C and NJSA 40:55D-70D. The applicant proposes a sign height of 36.9 inches, where 24 inches is permitted. The applicant proposes to increase the parking requirement from 24 spaces to 28 spaces. Only on-street parking exists for this property. And the applicant proposes to occupy the first floor where it is not permitted to do so, as this is determined to be a medical office. This is a continuation of this hearing, and Mr. Court.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Members of the board, thank you for having me again tonight. Andrew Kohut, K-O-H-U-T, 12 Route 17 North Paramus, New Jersey, on behalf of Ivy Rehab Physical Therapy, 629 Valley Road, Block 2602, Lot 2. Sorry if we were a little loud, causing commotion. I just found out that my client lived in my apartment where I own and live right now 20 years prior. So we thought it was in Hoboken. How funny could it be, the small world, that he lived there? So we got a good chuckle out of that. The first thing I wanted to touch on from your opening, Mr. Chairman, is that after the last meeting, I met with my clients, and what we decided to do with regard to the signage is the signage will be conforming. We're no longer requesting a variance. We'll eliminate that. We'll go with conforming signage. If later on we want to try and get a different sign, we'll come back to this board or come back to the board for that sign, but we're no longer requesting a variance.
And let's just stay with that thought for a second,
Yeah.
because at the first hearing, you did mark into evidence Exhibit A2, which showed a conforming sign.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we will go with whatever.
So you're going to withdraw the request for a variance
Correct.
for the sign height?
Correct. And then also there was a question about the gooseneck lighting for the sign. We will use the gooseneck lighting for the lighting purposes of the sign.
Because that was recommended by HPC, if I remember
So
correctly, right?
we'll have no problem with that, so there won't be any internal illumination. It'll just be the gooseneck lighting, okay? The other thing that the board had asked of us prior, at the end of that meeting, was to provide the board with some examples of what this could look like being wide open, the window, the streetscape being wide open. So what my client did was went around and obtained pictures, and Mr. Sullivan, I handed these pictures out. I believe we're up to A2 if we want to mark.
We're up to A3.
A3, okay.
So A3 will be the 1, 2, 3, 4 photographs.
Okay. And so my planner will go through these pictures in more detail. They show 3 different locations with the total being able to see through the rear of this tenant space. I will point out that on the second page for Ivy for that location, you'll see that one side is actually has a shield on it. That was recently put in recently within the last couple of months for purposes there was when it was still sunny out before it was causing to one of the instructors that hurt. They don't have any hair. They put that up. We are not proposing that. That will not happen here. The reason I thought this picture was really good, was really a good picture for the board, was the left side of the picture, because that really shows what the left side of our property could look, our space could look like, that isn't as active as where the open floor gym fitness area is. So that's why we provided this picture. As stipulated, there will be no blinds, there will be no covering for this at this location. As you see in the other pictures, it'll be a fully transparent view through the windows. Unless the board has any questions, I have 2 witnesses for this evening. I have Nicholas Verderisi of Dynamic Engineering, who is a professional engineer and specializes in the field of traffic and parking. So I wanted him to give some testimony on on the parking variance that's being requested. And then after that, I have Mr. Tom Behrens, who is a colleague who works with Mr. Leiden, who was our planner at the last meeting. Mr. Leiden is unfortunately halfway across the world in New Zealand right now. So Mr. Behrens is going to just, once you hear the testimony from Mr. Verderisi, Mr. Behrens is just going to sum up the application one last time. And then that's all, those are the only witnesses I have. I have representatives of Ivy Rehab here in case the board has any additional questions that we can answer. I wasn't planning on calling them because I thought we covered the inner workings of the facility, but obviously if any questions arise, they're here to answer those. Unless the board has any questions for me, I would call Mr. Verderisi.
No.
Mr. Verderisi, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Nicholas Verderisi, 1904 Main Street, Lake Como, New Jersey.
Mr. Collant, you want to qualify, Mr. Verderisi?
Sure. Mr. Verderisi, for the board's edification, your educational professional background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Rutgers University in 1990. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, principal founder of Dynamic Traffic. I've appeared before this board probably a handful of times over the 35 years plus now, be 36 years. I can't believe it. But yes, so I've been doing it a while. I've been in front of probably 250 different boards throughout the state.
I was going to actually ask how many boards this week have you been in front of, but
Well, this is my first. I have one
Okay.
tomorrow and one today. but yes.
And your license, I assume, is still in good standing?
It is, yes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I would submit Mr. Verderisi as an expert in the field of traffic and as an engineer. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll accept his credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Verderisi, just for the board, real quick, for the board's edification, you've reviewed the application materials?
I have.
You reviewed the ordinances as they relate to parking, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. You've met with the client to discuss the characteristics of the use, correct?
I have.
Okay. Why don't you walk through with the board your findings as it relates to parking, as well as there were some other specific questions raised with regard to how this will be functioning, how you foresee that happening.
Absolutely. I'm going to repeat a little bit of what you've already heard as far as operations, but kind of only how it relates to, the parking aspects of the project. So the space that will be occupied by Ivy Rehab is 2,800 square feet. Operationally, as testified, Monday through Friday, operating hours from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. At this time, they do not anticipate being open on the weekends. This use, the specific use, is very controlled because everyone that comes to the site is by appointment only. So the activity that occurs on the site doesn't have large peaks and valleys like some other users may have, commercial users, office users, et cetera. This is very different than an office. I know this isn't permitted on the first floor, but it is permitted on the second floor. It's not similar to an office. You don't have everyone comes in the morning, everyone leaves in the evening. You have small peaks in the morning and small peaks in the evening because it's a little bit outside of the work time period, so people are more likely to come before or after work. But generally during the day, there's a steady operation on the property. So you have people coming and going. As testified, typically there's 3 employees. They do have an assistant that shows up. So let's say 4 employees for the case of making a calculation of how many people are going to be on the property. As previously testified, including the employees, during peak times, you could have anywhere from 12 to 15 people inside. So again, conservatively, let's assume all of those people drove in a car by themselves and tried to park. So you'd have 15 people that needed to find a parking space in the area. The ordinance requirement, now medical office is the most similar thing that we could find in your ordinance, requires 1 per 150 square feet. At this square footage would require approximately 19 parking spaces. As you already heard, that's 5 over the 14 if it was retail, which it was in the past. So there's a variance exacerbation, I would say, because there's no parking specifically on the property, of 5 stalls, just using the ordinance requirement. I looked through the ordinance. I saw some other uses. A lot of your ordinance requirements were 1 per 200, so a lot of the uses in this area would require that 1 per 200 that the retail has. But one of the uses, while your ordinance doesn't give a requirement per square foot, for restaurant uses, which are permitted, it's 1 per 3 seats. So we have significant data on restaurants and how they operate. So essentially, the ratio when you're looking at seats versus square foot, it's a 1 to 30 ratio. So if your ordinance is 1 per 3 seats, the comparable ordinance for square footage would be 1 per 100 square feet. So if a restaurant went in here, it would require 50% more parking than this ordinance's use of 19. It would require 28. So a restaurant could go in here, permitted, not have to come in front of the board, and have a potential demand of 28 spaces, where we know even at the highest time, we're only going to need 15. So that's one of the arguments of why, at least as far as parking and any demands on top of what's already there today, that this use isn't going to exacerbate versus some of the uses that are already permitted in the area. One of the other comments, there was a comment that came up about this type of use and what type of clients come. There was a question as to, how many people require being dropped at one of these facilities because they can't walk around the corner to get to their parking space. Generally, from what I'm told from the client, it's about 5% or so of their customers. If you look at ADA requirements in New Jersey, so you have a parking lot between 1 and 100 spaces, you generally need between 4 and 5% of your stalls to be ADA. So it's really not all that different than most other uses as far as how many of the, in this instance, clients would need ADA parking stalls. So I don't think you're going to see some influx here. Again, this use isn't going to create something additional that you're not already seeing along the storefronts in the area. Additionally, the location of this site, as far as dropping off, and I wanted to point out, this site is one store in from the corner of Lorraine. So the front door is maybe 35 feet from the corner. Yeah, I have some Google Street View images from October of 2025 that show the front door and kind of show the parking along the frontage. So if you could take a look at that, I'll explain a little bit about what my point is of that photo.
Well, Mr. Cohen is handing these out, which will mark as Exhibit A4. I just want to understand, the applicant is seeking a parking variance, correct?
Correct.
There is 0 parking on site.
0.
But the previous use had a total aggregate parking demand of the ordinance of 24. That's being increased to 28. That's what's triggering the parking variance, correct?
Yeah, I had 20. Oh, is it 28? I had 29 written down, but is it 20? Like, what, 28 or 29? Yeah, 4 or 5 spaces, yes, that's what's
28,
triggering
Planning
it.
department says 28.
Okay.
28, okay,
Yeah.
4. Even
So
better,
You
look.
overestimated.
All
That's
right,
good.
great. Engineers were conservative by nature. So those photos that I just passed out, those are just, I went on Google Street View, I pulled them down, they're from October. What that shows, so it shows the front door of this facility, and then it shows the space between the last parking space and the corner. And you'll see a sign in one of them that says, no parking from here to corner. It does not say no stopping or standing. So it's permitted, there's yellow curb, it's permitted for someone to actually pull over there. So if this property is, I would say, unique because it's on the corner. This would be a unique location for this use. If this use was mid-block, whether it was on the first or second floor, where would someone pull over? They'd have to double park likely on the street to drop someone off. There's a benefit to this being at the corner, this specific. So it makes this use and this property unique because it's at the corner and there is the ability to drop off. So
And
when
I
I
guess-
saw it, I thought that was a benefit to our
And this,
location for sure.
this research you did was in response to the concern that was raised with regard to people being dropped off and people stopping mid-block or mid-street, stopping their car, putting their hazards on, someone gets out and traffic gets backed up.
Correct. Next point,
I'm
we
sorry,
did.
one more
Oh,
question.
go ahead.
I
go ahead.
apologize. What we're describing here, this theorizing that people would stop and drop someone off and stop in the middle of the road, that could happen today at one of the one of the locations on the second floor, correct? That's
Correct.
not something unique to this
Yeah,
this
if-
neighborhood.
If this building had a second floor that you could put it in, you could put Ivy Rehab on the second floor, and if you're concerned with it, you should be concerned with it either way, so it's not really associated with the use variance.
That's kind of where I'm going with
Yes.
it. This use variance isn't creating a situation that any other use that's on that block where someone could stop mid-block and pull over.
And like I said, because it's at the corner, I think this is a better spot for
Okay,
it.
thank you.
The other thing we look at, so in our industry, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, they publish all kinds of data for different uses. So I just looked at medical office and retail in there. It's interesting, medical office has actually slightly lower demand typically than retail uses. So another thing pointing to, potentially changing over from retail to this could reduce what parking you might see, similar to the argument I made before about a restaurant being here versus this use. So this could be lower in that instance as well. We did do parking counts. So we went out, I've only been hired since the last meeting, and I was trying to wait for the snow to go away, so we didn't have a lot of parking spaces covered with snow. So we did some counts yesterday in the morning, kind of early morning, because that's when the use was busier. And then we did like a mid-afternoon kind of time period. And then we did Saturday. Even though we're not open on Saturday, I also researched 7 historical aerials from 23 to October of 25. So I was able to count on those. And I noticed that on the weekday, there's a fair amount of parking available. We looked at the 3 parking lots that are surrounding us. So the names, I want to make sure I get the names right. Bellevue, Lorraine, and Upper Montclair Plaza. Those were the 3 we looked at. And I saw on Saturday, there was less than 20 parking spaces at the peak time between all 3 parking lots. But on the weekday, particularly in the morning, there was almost 100 parking spaces available. So our peak seems to happen a little bit in the morning. So it would be complementary to a lot of the existing uses. From what we're seeing is that the heaviest demand for parking is on Saturday. This use isn't generating any parking demand on Saturday. So there is a definite benefit to this use versus pretty much any other retail use that's likely to be open on Saturday. I have a lot of numbers. If anyone wants specifics on which lot has what, and we did on-street parking as well. What I did notice on the on-street parking, so if you look at the corridor between Inwood Avenue and Cooper, so at 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, pretty much from our property, which is at the corner of Lorraine, and north, the on-street parking demand is lesser. Your users that are to the south, so the ones that are down by Bellevue is a lot busier parking-wise, and Valley is a lot busier in the area of Bellevue. So I don't know all the specific uses, but there must be higher generating uses, I'm assuming, down in that area that people are trying to park more on-street, on Bellevue and on Valley to the south, and not necessarily on our side to the north. And the interesting thing is on Lorraine, along our side street frontage, of all the areas we looked at, that's the area that had the most available parking. It was actually on Saturday, one of the only areas that had parking spaces available at all. So we got a pretty good handle on what the existing activity is. I feel confident in this use not exacerbating over a lot of other permitted uses on the property. I think this location works well. It's unique to put this use at this location because there is the availability to pull over and drop someone off if you need be. Actually, when I went to this site this evening, someone on the opposite side of the street, someone was doing something similar in a business over there. Someone was stopped in that 30-foot section that no one's allowed to park in. And again, the uniqueness of this use of the demand really being off of the demand of most of the other uses in the area.
Thank you for that information. I have two more general questions with regard to parking and intensity of the use. So customarily, when you're requesting a use variance, the theory is that use was not permitted in the zone. It's not permitted in the zone. So from a zoning perspective, it wasn't complicated to be in that zone. So one of the most important things you need to look at when you're doing a use variance is parking and traffic. That's the thing, because that hasn't been analyzed from a zoning perspective.
Yes.
Is that necessarily the case here with this use?
Well, we've analyzed parking.
But I mean, is it a use that wasn't contemplated
No,
for this zone?
it's still contemplated because it could be on the second floor.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My other question was that, the space is vacant right now.
Correct.
Something is going to go in there.
Yes.
Whether it's this use or whether it's a retail use or a restaurant use, something is going to want to go in there, hopefully. It's been vacant for a while now. Can you go over with the board? My first question is the amount of parking generated by this use, how does it fit within what a typical retail use could be? Are they close in relation?
Yeah, there's some. I mean, that was the 5 or 4 parking space difference.
Right.
So 4. It's a small number,
But
right?
so is there, even though a 28 is required, is this, given the specifics of this use, is it that different than what a retail use would otherwise be?
It's almost exact. So a retail use at 1 per 200 would require 14.
Okay.
We testified that at a peak time we'd have 12 to 15, and that would be if every single person drove their car. There's a chance someone just gets dropped off.
Or takes an Uber.
They leave, they come back to Uber. Maybe they work 2 doors down, or they work on the second floor and they come here. I mean, my office is right next door to a rehab. So I see people all the time coming and going. And I go to PT twice a week for the last 3 months.
And my other question is, and you touched on this when you started going over how the use functions, but is there actually a benefit to having, from a parking standpoint, from having this use versus a retail use?
There is, because we don't have Saturday demand.
Okay,
Yes.
and what about the scheduling? Is that a benefit to
Yeah, because-
having a known parking demand at certain times?
Because there's not, like I said earlier, there's not a lot of peaks and valleys. A lot of other uses have real peaks. A lot of, like a cafe or something that sold bagels, right? All the people are coming in the morning to the bagel place, and then there's nothing happening at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is pretty steady through the day, so you don't have 25 people and then 5 people and then 20, you know what I mean? It's just, what you're getting with this, so it's definitely
And the
beneficial.
use can react to the parking demands as well, correct? As they go
Yes.
along.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are you, you're not a planner, right? You're an engineer? Is that correct?
Engineer,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So the space that Ivy wants to use is 2,800 square feet?
Correct.
There's 2 parts of this building, right? The other part's 2,000 square feet?
Yes.
If Ivy gets this space, they're going to put a wall up, so how would anyone enter that other commercial area? My question to you is this: wouldn't it be better for Ivy to use that 2,000 square feet, make the entrance on that side and not be on the storefront on Valley Road?
I don't know that I could answer that. I don't know.
Well,
It was in
if
my
Ivy
purview.
goes into this space, there'll just be they're gonna have to build an egress door in this, along Lorraine to get into that space, because, you know, the landlord wants to, you know, he's not gonna sit there with a 2,000 square foot part of the building and not, you know, have anything in there. So if Ivy moves into this, the landlord must be somewhat thinking that he's going to create an egress along Lorraine.
I'll just add, the Historic Preservation Commission reviewed the storefront on Lorraine Avenue, so they're building, it'll look, similar to the storefront across the street, so they're doing a glass and brick storefront. So it's gonna be a separated retail space with its own entrance.
But my question to
Yeah,
you is, like,
sorry.
we don't have a second floor in this building. Would Ivy be better off, like, for this situation to be on Lorraine than on kind of the corridor of Valley here?
From my expertise
Yeah.
standpoint, there's no real difference from my standpoint.
Well,
There
but-
may be from some other
But listen,
professionals,
this
like
is
a planner.
I mean, all these businesses I can walk into. I could purchase something, I could do something. This is not one of those businesses that I'm going to be able to walk in unless I have a doctor's note or something like that. So it's going to be something very different on this corridor, correct?
I don't know all the uses,
Okay,
so I
mean,
can't say.
I think that's it, because I walked it. I walked it after.
But it's no different from like if a hair salon has appointments.
I'm not taking that at all, but the ordinance does say, the ordinance, I think, is correct in the situation of, like, they don't want medical offices on the first floor in commercial districts because they can be.
I think maybe that's a question for Mr. Perrins, the planner, who's going to testify.
He's not the planner, I thought he was the planner, he said he was doing the
No,
planner.
only engineer.
Thank you.
I was gonna suggest the same thing as my colleague of exploring an alternate entrance. But I'll move on to, the parking at the corner and the yellow. I think that was a good suggestion, and, especially because the last time you were here, that was a big concern of the, everyone in the area. I think that was the main concern, was just, this doesn't fit in with how the traffic, foot traffic and regular traffic flow in the area, and it's gonna be disruptive. So I think, and when I looked, I can see 2 cars fitting there.
It might be a little deceiving in that picture.
Oh, okay.
So I'll give you so from the edge of the last car to the crosswalk, there's 27 feet.
Oh, okay.
A normal parking space is a parallel stall, 22 feet. So there's a little bit room, but that's, that.
Oh, yeah, this
the
picture,
one-
yeah.
Look at the photo that looks north. I think it looks a little better. The one, for some reason, the one looking south, it looks really big. Yes.
For 1 car, 2 car, I think I could see someone just dropping off, and even if, I don't know if that's part of it, but having and someone at the staff escort people in, so then the driver can kind of just go off. That may help too, with just getting people out of that spot and creating a standard that the community will see. They have this organized, it's not disrupting us. But that's my only comment.
And to your point, it's all by appointment. So when someone comes that they know needs some help, it wouldn't be difficult to help them because we would know exactly when they were coming.
Mr. Cruz?
Good evening. So I just want to go over again the study that you did. I saw you have some notes. I take it you may not have any distributable materials for the...
I do. I can give you a whole spreadsheet of parking counts if you'd like to see them.
Yeah, so I just wanted just to recap again for my notes and stuff. So you said that you did an AM peak hour study, a PM peak hour study yesterday, and then you just, I'm sorry, not yesterday. I'm sorry, why don't you go over again?
I'll give you the times. So we did 9 to 11 a.m.,
Okay.
2 to 4 p.m., and then on Saturday we did 12 to 2 in the middle of the day.
Was there a decision behind why you didn't do 5 to 7 p.m. on the weekday?
Yes, so I also have data, I'm gonna look at my data, so.
I'm only asking because when you said it was, so it's going to be open on the weekdays, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., correct?
Yes, so when I looked at the historical aerial data, the peak parking time happened between noon and 2-ish. The counts that we have, the data we have at 3:30 is one of the sites, one of the time periods. There was, 30 plus more available stalls, so we kind of picked the time periods that were worst case, which was kind of near that 2 to 4 in the weekday. And
So because it was weekday 2 to 4, your model is effectively showing like school traffic to be the space of.
It kind of seemed to, it seemed to happen then, so we kind of picked around where the peak time was.
Okay.
Existing.
And then, since you're just looking for the net 4, last meeting we had suggested the possibility of, since there have been other businesses that have worked out deals with other people that do have parking to get spaces, I take it that route wasn't traveled in terms of trying to find another small business space that had parking stalls that they could like allocate or rent.
It wasn't feasible to do that. And then that's why after that happened, we said, well, let's get some hard data on what the parking situation is. Because if the data showed there was no parking, then we have something we need to work on.
Right.
But with his numbers, it was like, for our peak times, there's no, in Nick's opinion, I've been doing this 20 years, there was more than sufficient parking available to be used between the lots, et cetera.
Right. Okay. And then I know this might be a planner question, but I saw you were going back between like retail use versus medical use. Was that just like a thought experiment in terms of describing different types of parking based on uses, or?
Well, I was just looking at the permitted uses.
Right.
Because they wouldn't have to come in front of the board. So I wanted the board to understand that if a typical retail or a personal service business came in, they require 1 per 200 square feet.
Right. And then when you did your analysis, you were looking at it as a medical office, or were you looking at it as a retail space when you did the study?
Well, I looked at it in a number of different ways. I looked at it using your ordinance for medical office. I got specific data from the applicant as far as their peaks. The applicant's peaks are much lower than your ordinance requires for medical office, because I don't think this, and the planner will get into details.
Sure.
I don't think this neatly fits under medical office.
Right. Yeah.
Because I would say it's a hybrid of personal service and medical, because it's similar to a hair salon or a nail salon, because you make an appointment and you come in, and then because you know what I mean, like you come in and there's X number of workers and they can service X number of people in a hair salon. So it's similar here where there's 4 workers and they can handle up to a certain amount. They can't handle 25 people. 4 people can't handle 25. So it's kind of limited just by that alone of what they would anticipate being their employee load.
Okay. And then it's 2 more questions. One would be, if we were to grant the parking variance, that doesn't carry or cross over into the other part of the 2,000 square foot building.
So in essence, the number we establish is what the variance is for, the 28 spaces.
Right.
Assumes that empty space that we're not occupying is going to be a retail use. So if let's say they wanted to do an office, they would have to come back to the board and get a parking variance.
Okay.
An additional variance beyond the 28 spaces, because it's now that 2,000 is going to go up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question, I think it might be for the planner. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on, during your testimony, you mentioned that there are some peak times, although, the office will work on their schedules, but there are some peak times before work and after work. Is that correct?
Yeah, so from what I'm told, 8 to 10 in the morning is a higher time period. So 8 to 10 is when maybe they'll see the 15 demand. Then during the day, you're likely to see the lower end, like the 12 people on the property during the day. And then 5 to 7 in the evening. Again, like kind of at the end of the workday, people have a tendency, I'm going to speak from my experience of going to PT. My appointment is at 4:30 every day. So I'm there between 4:30 and 5:30, so I'm in that 5 to 7. So, you know, I can tell you what I see when I go. You know, in my PT, it's a different facility than IV, but yeah.
All right. And in your professional experience, when you're doing this type of analysis, so how will that compare to a permitted use?
Yeah, so the permitted use, if it was straight retail,
Yeah.
It's almost the same. Our demand based on our anticipated person load in the property is right in the same. Our range is 12 to 15. The retail would require 14, so it's right, pretty much the same as retail. Restaurant, I would anticipate it would need 28 parking spaces. So we would be much lower than that, almost half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to first of all begin with the exhibit. Last time when we were,
Which exhibit are you referring to?
Is this 3 or
A3?
3.
This
Okay.
one, yeah.
So the last time that we were here, Mr. Kohut, and this may have come from a member of the public as opposed to a member of your presenting team. It had been suggested that a number of the Ivy facilities were actually located in like strip mall kind of places where there was ample parking in the 4. But in terms of the photos that you've shared with us, these all appear to be storefronts?
Correct.
Is that correct? So which is the greater reality? Is it the strip mall or is it the storefront?
What do you mean by the better,
Well-
greater reality? I don't
Well,
understand.
these all seem to be like streetscapes.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So is that, like, because that's what we're looking at here.
Correct.
So is that really more typical of the Ivy facilities, or is it more typical of the Ivy facilities to be located in
Oh, like
little shopping
where are
malls?
more located on the street side or in a strip mall?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that. I can give you an answer. I can call my client to give you an answer.
I'd like to have an answer to that
Sure.
question.
Not a problem.
Yes.
Were you
Brian
previously
Kelly.
sworn?
Yes,
In
it's previously
December.
sworn.
Okay, so just, you understand you're still under oath?
Correct.
Just state your name and address, please.
Brian Kennedy, 74 Highwood Avenue, Waldwick, New Jersey. The answer to your question, sir, in New Jersey, our local markets, it's a mixture of both. Here, I think you have pictures of Bayonne, Hoboken, Jersey City. Those are some that I provided Mr. Kohut. We are the most densely, the most dense brand in the Philadelphia area. So in that area, we're mostly streetscapes like you're describing, but we have a variety of both.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So you mentioned, Mr. Vetterisi, that you happen to be a client.
Not of this facility.
Okay,
but yeah.
not this, well, obviously this one doesn't
Well,
exist yet.
not
but-
of Ivy, but yes.
Okay, but you mentioned your appointments generally run about an hour, I think. Is that typical of the clients that would be utilizing the facility, about an hour-long appointment?
I believe it's approximately that. Yeah, 45 minutes an hour. That's usually the time frame for.
So generally, that would include arrival, going to their therapy session, and then departure.
I believe what Mr. Kennedy testified to, is they really try to get the scheduling so that there's no overlap on site when people are leaving and coming at the same time.
Okay.
That's what they try to accomplish.
Right. So how does that compare, in your professional opinion, to sort of a retail store, in terms of customers going in and doing their business and then departing? How does sort of those timeframes sort of compare?
Yeah, so as far as like the activity, so
Yes.
in a retail store, it's a lot less than that, right? So there's a lot more turnover. So you actually have more people coming and going in the hour. I guess that makes sense, right?
And so would that translate into an increased demand of parking, or it just simply turns over? What? How do
It
you
turns over. Theirs just turns over more often.
Mm-hmm.
But if you compare it to a restaurant, it's probably similar, because you're in the restaurant probably an hour.
Mhm.
So, or if it's a hair salon, you're probably there for, well, if you're a man with short hair, it's probably
definitely not there
15 or
for an
20
hour at this
minutes.
point.
Not there.
A lot shorter at this point.
You know, my wife goes, she's there 2.5 hours getting color and
Yeah.
cut and, you know, everything.
You don't
So-
have to tell all of her business. That's
So that's she's fine with that.
But there, I think it's important for us to be aware that certainly there is a difference in terms of public utilization of the space and number of people that may be in the space at a given time, and impact on parking. So, when Mr. Cruz asked a question about the later hours that were not specifically mentioned, I mean, we're cognizant, and this was part of the conversation in the previous hearing, that there is a restaurant which is in the process of being developed immediately next door. And it's, I think, as I understand it, it is primarily a dinner oriented restaurant. So therefore, the later hours would have more of an impact. Do you see that as having an impact on parking in this area when the restaurant is sort of moving into its peak period of, let's say, five, which would include up to 8 o'clock and probably beyond in their case?
Yes.
But it would have that sort of 5 to 8 would potentially be an overlap with.
There would be an overlap with restaurant, but the peak for retail is in the middle part of the day. So the retail starts to drop off. So the restaurant in this use is going to go from a lower number to something higher at 5, while the retail between noon and 2, when they have their busiest time period, then they drop off. So again, they work together. That's why downtowns have mixes of uses, because when you mix all these different uses together, you get a cohesive downtown. And I think this fits in on the restaurant side in the evening. And when I look at our counts, the available parking spaces is going up as you go like from 3 to 4 o'clock. So there's more spaces available. And then as the restaurants peak, then they start to fill some of the spaces. So the retail's heavier, the restaurant's down, this use would be down, and then they kind of move together. So, and then this use would have, like I mentioned, almost half of the demand of the restaurant. So if the restaurant went in this space at 2,800 square feet, there's a chance that they're going to have twice the demand at 5 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock.
Mr. Kohut, do you anticipate that this facility would try to offer guidance to clients in terms of the parking facilities that are reasonably close by?
In my experience with businesses doing these types of things, applications, the one thing they don't want is customers and clientele not coming back because they can't park anywhere. So I'm sure that there will be adequate notice and discussion on where to park, where's the best locations to park, without a doubt. I don't think that's, I think that's good business practice, let alone, something to think about. I think you'd want to do something like that. So,
I mean, in
yeah.
terms of some of these other New Jersey locations that Mr. Kennedy spoke to, would this experience be very similar in terms of because obviously these that are in this Exhibit 3 would not have dedicated parking. So is it sort of would it be a sort of a similar experience here in Montclair if this application were to be approved?
Why don't we have Mr. Kennedy answer that, because I don't know the specifics of the parking demand there in that location.
My answer to the question is, Tim Abraham is the local provider, operates a clinic in West Caldwell, lives in Caldwell, eats, shops, and lives in the Montclair area. Our clients know that we're pursuing this address, and the advice that they've given us, wanting to be seen in Upper Montclair, are that residents know, the limitations of parking here, and it's just, what they're used to. So we don't see that as a deterrent for us coming in. We're just hoping to provide the best, care possible to the
But to
residents.
answer the chairman's question, if you would obviously advise them of maybe you have a client coming in that's not from the area for some reason, of where are the best locations to find parking.
We'll do the best we can,
Yeah.
sure, of course.
All right, thank you. All right, other members of the, do you want to make a comment?
No, I thought you were going to Mr. Church.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
think-
that's right. I'm so accustomed to being the last one.
I have a question. Your employees, either be it 4 or 15, where are they going to park their cars?
Well, let's just be clear, I think the maximum number of employees on site is 4, according to the
Right,
testimony,
okay.
including customers, or I don't know what we're calling these
Clients.
Maximum on site, including the employees, is 15. Just
Okay.
wanted to clarify your question.
Okay. Do you have provision for your employees parking? Or are you going to be making provisions for them? Because they're going to be there your 5 days.
Right, well, as of now, they would have to park where all the other employees park. I'm sure that if at some point daily passes open up, not daily, but monthly passes open up,
Do you realize that whole area is metered?
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand
So, I
that.
mean, they would have to buy or somebody would have to purchase monthly permits
I'm sure,
for your
my
employees.
clients have taken that into account when they, as I said, Mr. Kennedy said at the last meeting, he's been sitting at I think it's the Starbucks across the street scouting this, so I'm sure he's aware of the parking situation and has taken that into consideration. But it's a good point that the employees will they may have to pay metered parking.
Just if I could
Yeah.
add to that, anyone that moves in here is going to have the same
True.
concern, right?
But if
So-
you have but just so that you're aware that could be a problem for your.
I think it comes with the
employees.
space, yes.
The other question I had was, I'll just let it go for now. I'll wait.
All right, Ms. Harris?
I have a question for the secretary. Regardless if this was a permitted use going into the space, they'd still have to appear before the board for the parking variance, or?
It would depend on the use. So if they were going for 24 spaces, a use that required 24 spaces or less, they would not have to come before the board. Since it's an existing condition and the previous variance was granted
Got it.
for that amount of spaces, since they're increasing it by 4. So that's really what the variance is. It's for that increase of 4 spaces based on the use and how its parking requirements are defined.
Understood. Okay. You said that the evening peak hours are from 5 to 7 p.m.?
Yes.
But when you did your parking study, you studied from 9 to 11 and 2 to 4. Is there a reason why you didn't study 5 to 7 as well?
Yeah, because I knew from data of looking at historical aerials, I knew when the peak was already, and it was in that 2 to 4 time period, and it wasn't from 5 to 7. So I didn't count from 5 to 7 because I already knew it was lesser then.
Okay, so you don't know, like, how many parking spaces
Not-
are available during that time?
I didn't do any counts immediately right at this time, but the trend that I saw from the data I had, it was dropping off in that time period.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, I remembered my other question
Okay.
now. So when you were doing the traffic study, how many on-street between the parking lots, or not the parking decks, the parking lots and the on-street, how many stalls actually are there? I'm actually kind of curious.
How many stalls are there?
Yeah. So like, like on between like Lorraine and Bellevue on Valley Road, in the upper Montclair Plaza lot, the one behind the theater.
Okay, I'll give you the lots first.
Sure.
So Bellevue lot, I'm just going to round the number 120, with 20 of them are permit and the rest are metered. The Bellevue Lorraine, 55, with 17 permit and 38. Then Upper Montclair Plaza lot, 21 permit and 61. So the total is 258. Okay, so that's just the parking lots. And so there's 258, and at the peak time, which is Saturday, of course, 230 of them are occupied on Saturday. But on a Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, 150 are occupied. So you could see, this use doesn't generate on Saturday, so it's a it doesn't compete with the existing uses, which is a benefit. On street, I can kind of give you an idea. So we counted sections of Valley all the way, as I mentioned, from Cooper up to Inwood. I didn't total them, but maybe I'll do it quick here. And the side streets, and maybe there's 100+ parking spaces.
Okay.
So we did the the short blocks that are just off, and then that stretch of 4 blocks on Valley, a little over 100. So on the weekday, at the peak time, there was 40 or so on-street spaces available on the weekday. On Saturday,
that
number dropped down to like 25.
So when you said the weekday there's about 40 free, that's both AM and PM?
That was just the highest time period of all the time periods. Yeah.
Okay.
So the most amount of cars parked there was at that time, and there was still 40 available.
Gotcha. Okay. And then for the aerials, was it a near map? Google
Near
Earth?
map.
Near map? Okay.
Yes. That's interesting. Near map, huh? All right.
So, yep, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of any of the witnesses and just...
Mr. Verderies tonight, or Mr.
Yes, exactly. And just wanted to be clear that this moment is for questions. There will be an opportunity to make statements. Okay? All right, so...
Would you give us your name and address, please?
Why we were not allowed to make comments at the last meeting when we were promised
Okay,
for
let's back up a
3.5
second.
hours?
Let's back up a second. What's your name and address,
John
please?
Frenzer, Frenzer, 219 Lorraine Avenue. I live directly across the street from the space, less than 100 feet.
So the opportunity for members of the public to comment on the application are at the conclusion of the applicant's testimony. They did not finish their testimony. They asked to be carried. They're here tonight. When they finish tonight, then there will be public comments. Right now, it's just an opportunity for questions.
Okay. May I ask why the public was told at the last meeting that they would be able to give feedback from it, and then it was told that why was it said that this was postponed until January? It didn't happen. And why, may I ask as a question, since we're playing Jeopardy, was this indicated that this was for a third floor extension? It was until I think I emailed you, and thank you very much for your courtesy, 4 days ago, that this was listed as a third floor extension, so where are the members of the public there were business owners, There were property owners that were very concerned with this application. Where are they? Because if they're not a nerd like me who checks the schedule to see what the agenda is, they didn't know. So I'm sorry I'm a little upset coming out of my skin here. Why am I so upset in the form of a question? Is it because there's so much disprovable information being given at this hearing? So I'll take a seat and I will patiently wait for the feedback portion. Thank you.
Again, this is an opportunity to ask questions of the two individuals who testified thus far tonight.
Okay, no problem.
Could you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, Diana Marion, 242 Bellevue Avenue. I have a question for you. When you did your study for the parking, did you take into consideration not just the restaurant next door, but there are 4 other eateries that are going in? There's a Japanese place, there's a chicken place, there's a Greek place, there is a Spanish Portuguese. All of those are rented, even though they may look like there's nothing going on. Behind the scenes, there's all construction and restaurants being retrofitted. So it's not just the one restaurant. Just asking if that was part of your consideration in your study.
So just, our study was just of what's happening today, and then what our use generates. That's all I talked about. I didn't talk about any of the other uses in the
But
area.
would you say that that's kind of myopic in that these restaurants will come to fruition, and your study then will be of no moment? You know, the board needs to know what is going to be the landscape. And since all of those places have permits already and are in the flux of being constructed, then that's what the reality is.
So what I can tell you is, if this space was one, so if there were 6 restaurants going in and we were one of them, we would generate almost twice the parking as a restaurant than this use. So this is better than a restaurant because it generates less parking.
Well, let me ask you, do you think that it's a good use, given your example of having this space empty and not having people come to visit the township of Montclair and spend money and maybe have a walk around and also buy things, not just dine? They're actually not coming to the town in this space, the 2,800 square feet that you have, because on Saturday and Sunday, you're not open. How is that helping, other than what you just said?
Well, how it's helping is because you can't really absorb much more on Saturday because most of your parking spaces are already occupied. So do you want a whole bunch more uses that are going to overflow your parking and you're not going to be able to park? Now you have a use that isn't going to generate anything on Saturday. So those restaurants that are coming in, they can use those last 40 parking spaces because we're not going to need them. We're going to use them during the day. And our people are there all day. There are people coming and going every hour, 10 people in and out, in and out. They could be coming from a business 2 doors down and just walking over because this is convenient for them. Or they could leave here and go eat at one of the restaurants or shop in one of the stores. So there's 10 people every hour that potentially are shopping in the downtown because they could combine their trip between retail and this use.
Yeah, I'll ask that of the town planner, because I really doubt that Montclair wants empty spaces when they could have people coming in motivated to shop in the town as a retail store.
Yeah, this won't be empty. There's going to be people coming and going.
Not on Saturday and Sunday, okay. Correct? Yes. The answer's correct.
Yes, as of now, there won't be any weekend hours.
When you did your study, did you also put Montclair into the category of large cities, such as Jersey City, Hoboken, Bayonne, Philadelphia? Is Montclair part of that grouping of metropolis, or is it really just a suburban town?
He didn't provide any testimony related to Jersey City, Bayonne, or Philadelphia.
Yeah, the other gentleman, Mr. Kennedy. I'm asking a question, and if he can't answer it, he'll say.
Hold on.
Irrelevant, I can object to it.
It's not irrelevant at all.
Mr. Code, Exhibit A3 showed a bunch of facades of various facilities, and I think some of the towns that were mentioned is, I think, where you're going with your question.
Correct.
So ask your question, and Mr. Verderese, if you could answer it, go ahead.
I asked it. What's the answer?
I don't think I understood the question. If you could repeat it, please.
Sure, not a problem. So when you did your study and when you were retained to do a study, the storefronts that were mentioned in the testimony were a few of the larger cities in New Jersey and one in Philadelphia. So Bayonne, Jersey City, Hoboken. Okay, are those towns, those cities are likened to Montclair, New Jersey, Upper Montclair, New Jersey, which is a suburb?
Well, I don't know that it's in my purview to answer, but I'm going to answer what I think you're asking, which most attorneys will tell you not to do, but I'll go for it anyway. The reason it was presented was to show it was a street front and not in a shopping center, to show the difference of, hey, this is one of our facilities that's along a street front. We don't have parking in a parking lot. That was the reason for that. It wasn't to say, oh, Jersey City, Hoboken, and whatever the third one was, is exactly the same as this downtown in, suburban downtown Upper Montclair. So I don't think that was why it was proffered, and I think the planner's going to talk about why those were shown. I'm pretty sure it was that reason. It wasn't to say, oh, those are exactly the same type of area as this. It was just to show the type of storefront.
They're actually quite different.
It's different, but it's one that's an inline storefront on a street. That was the reason to show that. It had nothing to do with what type of activity happens, what type of parking happens. It's just to show that, hey, we do have those, and this is what they look like. It's an activated storefront. And again, I'm getting into the planner's testimony, so I'm going to stop.
Okay. And also, in terms of that specifically, were you shown those storefronts when you were doing your study to come up with your testimony today?
I saw them, but it had no relevancy to my testimony.
Because they're quite different.
Well, if they showed me one if they showed me one in Maplewood Center, right, or South Orange Avenue in South Orange, I'd say, maybe those were more similar type places, but that isn't what my testimony was about. My testimony didn't stray into that. You're kind of making me go there, but that wasn't really in my purview of what I testified.
Are there any suburban towns in Essex County that has an Ivy rehab? Are there any towns that have it as a storefront?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I don't know.
You could find out, though.
Not me, but someone else could, I'm sure.
Okay. Also, in terms of the parking with your 15 max, when you go to therapy, because you testified you go to therapy, do you actually get up and leave completely, the parking and all, and then the next patient comes in? Or is there overlap where you're kind of getting yourself together, shuffling out, somebody else comes and shuffles in? So that means there's actually 2 parking spots as opposed to the one that we keep going to, that it's maxing out at 15. Is that correct? There is plausible overlap?
Yeah, but all the appointments, you could have an appointment at 9 o'clock, you could have an appointment at 9:15, you could have an appointment at 9:30, 9:45. So the ebbs and flows, but the most you're going to see is, and no different than retail here, because if you had 15 people in your store and the next few come in while people are leaving, they have to walk around the block, so they're still parked. So there's overlap in those stores too. So it's no different.
Yeah, but not in a way that you're saying. But also, you did testify that there was a little alcove, if you want to call it, by where Lorraine Avenue and the crosswalk is, that there's a spot that's allocated to drop off. Is that actually allocated to drop off?
I never testified to what you're saying. I said it says no parking.
Correct.
A yellow curb, but it does not say no stopping or standing. So you're permitted to stop and drop someone off or pick up in that area.
Have you checked that with the Traffic Bureau?
Oh, I know the regulation. I've been doing this for 35 years, yes.
Okay, and so do you think that the one restaurant that's right next door, do you think they might also have that same idea in mind? That somebody that wants to dine or maybe pick up a food order would also want to use that space in peak times?
Yeah, that's a benefit of us being near the corner, is that we have the ability to use it. And people are doing it now. Sometimes there'll be an empty parking space and they'll pull in those, or they'll pull in there. There's a lot of opportunities. So that happens with our use. It happens with, you're saying it happens with the restaurant use. So what we're trying to prove to the board is that what we have going on isn't any different than everyone else, and I think you kind of made my point
No,
of
I
the
made the
restaurant
point that
might
it's
be
gonna
doing
be-
the same
He
thing.
has to be allowed to finish the
Sure,
answer
no
to the
problem,
question.
no problem. Actually, the point,
Hold on, that's not allowing him to finish. Did you finish your answer, Mr. Burgess?
I did.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
actually, it's just going to cause actually more. It's going to double, because the restaurant got permission to be there first. So you're coming in and saying, we're going to do the same exact thing, so it's going to actually double the problem with that corner.
Well, there's 10 uses on that side of the street. No matter what the use is, they all may try to use it. So if this facility became a restaurant instead of this, then the restaurant customer might try to do the same thing. Or they make it Uber drop-off
It could
because
be a
there's alcohol and they need to get an Uber there and back, and they have to pull over on the side. So all different types of uses have that same potential demand of someone dropping off. What I'm trying to show to the board is, because we need a variance for this specific use, that same thing's going to happen no matter which one of the uses, and I think that's what we're discussing here now.
Right, and lastly, you say many times over, corner, corner. You're really not on the corner, are you? There's a boutique on the corner.
There's a small use, we're 30 feet from the corner, our front door, yeah.
But it isn't the corner.
Yeah, but our front door is pretty much at the end of the last parking stall.
I understand, but when we're talking about exactness and when you're testifying, it's not the corner.
I would say we're at the corner.
Okay, I think the board, through the exhibits, understands the proximity to the corner, okay?
Yeah,
Board
which
understands.
is quite different than being
The board
mid-street.
understands that.
Okay, I do too, and I'm making it clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to ask questions? Yeah. All right. Other members of the public then that would, I'm sorry.
Hold
Do you
on.
have?
Mr. Kohut has one more witness.
We have one more witness, right?
Mr. Behrens, Tom
Yes.
Behrens.
Mr. Barron, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Just state your name and address, please.
Sure, Tom Behrens, last name spelled Behrens, with the firm Burgess Associates located at 25 Westwood Avenue in Westwood, New Jersey.
Mr. Kohut, you want to qualify
Sure.
him?
Mr. Behrens, your educational and professional background for the board?
Licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, as well as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I hold both a bachelor's and master's degree in planning from Rutgers University. I've represented probably 30 or 40, been qualified in 30 or 40 different municipalities representing applicants, including Clifton, Nutley, Bloomfield, Belleville. I also sit with a number of planning and zoning boards, probably to the tune of 30 or 40 boards over the years, so about 70 in total.
All right. We'll accept his credentials.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Behrens, just for the board's edification, you do work at the same firm as Mr. Lyden, who was here last.
I'm filling in because he's on a well-deserved vacation.
Okay.
That's right.
And I just want to make sure you did watch the video of the initial hearing, correct?
Every minute of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And so you've reviewed the application materials?
I have about 5 pages of notes, yes.
Okay, you reviewed the
At
plan,
least.
you reviewed any plans and any submissions and exhibits that were provided?
Every single aspect
Okay.
of this application.
You also have reviewed the Montclair zoning ordinances and master plans and how they relate to this application?
I have, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go through with the board what you're planning? Now, you understand, as we stipulated, so we've eliminated the sign variance. So right now, the two variances that we're requesting are the use variance for the medical office being located on the first floor and the parking variance, correct?
That's right.
Okay, why don't you
Yes.
go through with the board your planning testimony?
I will try not to be redundant, but we'll be as thorough as
Thank you.
we think we need to be here. So just bear with me. So just to reiterate a few points about the proposal, again, really, we're not talking about exterior improvements other than a conforming sign. We're really talking about a new tenant application, and the building will remain a one-story building and in its existing configuration, as has been testified to. With respect to zoning, as you heard at the previous meeting, but just as a reminder, the site's located in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zone. I just want to place an emphasis on the term neighborhood, which is inherently intended to serve the surrounding community, as this is a permitted use technically in the zone. The NC zone permits a variety of uses, including medical offices above the first floor, personal service establishments, retail stores, restaurants, educational play centers, residential uses above the first floor at a maximum density of 28 units per acre, among other uses. And, obviously, we're here for the medical office above the first floor requirement, and we'll talk about, how that pertains to us or may not in just a moment. And again, the required variance relief that we're here for is technically for that issue that we're proposing a physical therapy use on the first floor, and for that parking variance where the prior retail use was required to have 24 spaces, and technically we're required to have 28 spaces, given the 2,800 square feet space proposed and the related parking requirement of about 19 spaces for that specific tenant space. Because we are presenting a use variance application before the board, we're required to address the special reasons and site suitability criteria under the Medici case law. We also have to address the negative criteria where applicants requesting such D1 relief need to demonstrate that the granting of relief will not result in a substantial detriment to the public good. We also have to address the enhanced burden of proof that the granting of relief is not inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the master plan and zoning ordinance. And just to pause there, I mean, this really is the crux of the application. Is, there have been questions asked about, how does the use work? Is it suitable, et cetera? But really the test for the board comes back to the positive criteria, the special reasons, the aspects of site suitability, as well as the negative criteria, that whether or not there's any substantial, keyword, substantial detriment to the public good and, impacts to the master plan and zoning ordinance. So starting off with the issues regarding site suitability, which means both within the context of the community and unique aspects of the site as it relates to the use. Again, not to be redundant, but the physical therapy use is permitted in the NC zone. So the ordinance does contemplate that this should be allowed in this specific neighborhood and even on this specific street. And I would suggest, as you've heard previously, that the intent of the ordinance is not permitting the intent of the ordinance that prohibits essentially medical office uses on the first floor is really intended for a traditional doctor's office. So your podiatrist, your dentist, and actually those types of medical office uses are listed in the ordinance where they have subdivided spaces. This is something entirely different, effectively a hybrid use, and I'll speak to the specific aspects of that momentarily. And again, the intent of the ordinance is to propose to maintain sidewalk level interest and activity. And the proposed physical therapy use doesn't operate or resemble a traditional office medical use. As we can see from the photos, and I'll just reference these again, these, as you've seen, are existing IV rehab locations in Hoboken, Jersey City, and Bayonne. And the question that was asked, well, how do these communities relate to Montclair? I don't think the comparison is the apples to apples from a community standpoint, but the point is that these are pedestrian-oriented commercial corridors where IV rehab fits in nicely, has a storefront as intended that blends in with all the other types of retail, personal services, restaurants, and contributes to the vitality of those walkable areas. So again, it's not to say that Montclair is like Hoboken, not like Jersey City, but the question that was asked and the task that was presented to our client was to indicate other locations other than a typical strip mall, which were cited in the previous application. But just to say that, look, we have experience in these types of places. They work really well. A member of the team here actually grew up in the area and knows this specific neighborhood very well and thought this use would fit in nicely among the other uses on Valley Road. Well, I guess I'll continue to reference this. So just notable characteristics are the open windows that you could see straight through to the back. We're keeping the existing windows and storefront intact. The only thing that would be new is a new sign. The awnings would stay intact. We have a condition or a feature that includes a low wall that creates a defined space for the reception area, but again allows for that visibility to go straight through. So effectively, as you're walking down the street, this would not appear any differently than a retail space, than a barber shop, than other uses that are permitted in the zone. And it's specifically distinct from a doctor's office where you walk in and you get whisked away to some other part of the building where you go from the nurse's checkup station to the receptionist to the doctor's office, the examination room, et cetera. Everything happens out on the floor with the exception of one administrative office space and one limited area that deals with privacy issues. But that's the case for any retail use, where there's, the back of business stuff that happens. There's a desk, there's the administrative component of any business that usually occurs at the back of the house. So that's why I would suggest that this functions differently than a medical office use. There is no neat definition in the ordinance that quite captures what this is. And I would offer, having been to physical therapy myself, that this is even different within the realm of physical therapy, in that, at least based on my experience, you have physical therapy operations where you go into a room where you have the workout room, the bouncy balls and the equipment, the weights, et cetera. But then there might be acupuncture, there might be massages, there might be chiropractic, and there are clinical rooms. So again, those are the more traditional types of uses that you would think of when you think about medical office that are distinctly different from what this is. And I would submit that just based on these photos alone, I think it's self-evident in some respects that they fit in nicely, and that they would fit in nicely in this specific space. And again, that the overall intent of the ordinance is to maintain some level of sidewalk activity and interest. The use itself, as you've heard, complements the commercial corridor and would provide for a balance of uses. The NC zone in particular has a variety of permitted and non-permitted uses. This would encourage a shared parking arrangement, which I think is critical for downtown uses. Our office is located in Westwood, which is analogous to this in terms of scale and the types of uses that occur there. And like here, it has its parking problems, but it benefits from the diversity of uses that occur throughout the corridor, some of which open at different hours. It has retail, it has personal services, it has restaurants, it has all these things that contribute to the cohesive whole that keep it interesting, that fill vacancies and bring people to that area. That also helps people to discover what's there, right? So if you're going to physical therapy, you might see, restaurant or shop, or you might be able to multitask that. While you're there, you can pick up a food item or, run an errand, et cetera. And that's sort of the point of these types of areas. Furthermore, the people that are going there are not driving a half an hour to this Ivy rehab location. These are members of the community. And again, hence the emphasis on that neighborhood component. These are people from the surrounding area that know this area, that know how to park. They go to the restaurants. They go to the Dunkin' Donuts. They go to the yoga studio, just around the corner. And so these are people, again, that are well acquainted with how this all works. And so they would understand, I think, from the get-go how they could approach this place, where they could park, and whether or not it would be right for them. I mean, people that would find it inconvenient simply will go to another location. I think that's just a fact. And I think because Ivy Rehab operates 750 facilities, including commercial corridors like this, some of which have less convenient parking arrangements, that they know this can work in this location, and certainly that there's a demand. Again, two of us up here so far have testified that we've been to physical therapy. I'm sure many among us here have also been. We have demographic statistics like an aging population. We have youth sports where kids are just simply overdoing it with year-round activities and having injuries earlier in life. Then you have people like me that used to play sports and, every time they sneeze, throw out their back and have to go periodically. So I think at this point, at some point in our lives, we're all going to need physical therapy, right? If you haven't been there already. And it's convenient having one around the corner, along your way to other types of uses, which this is. And I believe what was testified to previously is that there are no other physical therapy uses in this neighborhood, in this area of Montclair. So again, it's a convenience, and it serves a demand that is vital to maintaining public health, frankly. Doesn't rise to the level of inherently beneficial use, but it's something we all need to rebound, periodically to maintain optimal health. And beyond that, frankly, it's a benign use. We talk about restaurant demand and parking and all of these uncontrolled uses where people come and go, and it might depend on a holiday, it might depend on a sale or whatever, but this will have a steady flow where people are coming, creating a steady amount of activity on a certain schedule, essentially. And again, it's an established brand that you would, want to welcome to the community, frankly, that understands how Upper Montclair functions. As far as the negative criteria, I frankly do not see a substantial detriment to the public good, honestly, looking at this at every single angle. The actual parking demand is lower than several of the other permitted ground floor uses, as well as the ordinance requirement of 28 spaces. And again, that 28 spaces is for the whole building, where this 2,800 square foot space would have a 19 space requirement for this use, but the true need is really 12 to 15, as has been discussed. And internally, we've talked about that. That includes a staggered schedule. It includes overlap. So again, we still believe that it's within that 12, 15, certainly within the 19 that the ordinance requires. And again, you have a site that's developed, doesn't have parking, and could certainly be used with a much more intense use. The example was given of the restaurant that would require 28 spaces for this use alone. And again, I think it's simply the case that when we talk about impacts to the zoning ordinance, that this requirement, the prohibition of medical office use, simply isn't intended for this use. It's intended for the standard podiatrist, the standard dentist, the standard primary care physician, where again, you meet in a reception area, you go down a hall to you get your blood pressure taken, you go behind a closed door, and they have 5 patients waiting in the closed off rooms, and at the ground level would create a closed off appearance. But the pictures speak for themselves. These look like storefronts. You wouldn't even notice walking by that they'd be different than any other uses on Valley Road. I drove down tonight. I'm familiar with the area, but I drove down tonight just to review these specific issues. And again, I think it would fit very nicely with what exists there already. Regarding the master plan, there are several themes and specific objectives in the master plan that are supported by the application. There's recognition that maintaining the status quo policy will only make Montclair less competitive, ultimately leading to an erosion of the qualities that resides and visitors appreciate. That's a direct quote from the master plan. So in essence, that means, there's recognition that Montclair must evolve, that Upper Montclair must be flexible in terms of what it considers. Not that it's you give away the farm and let everyone that applies come in, but under reasonable circumstances where you satisfy the statutory criteria, that you be open to the possibility that zoning can't anticipate all of the possible uses or specific aspects of certain uses that might qualify or present better planning alternatives to certain locations within a specific corridor. Another goal is that Montclair seeks to ensure a variety of land uses that pursue a balanced mix of activity and vibrancy. Another is to generate and nurture dynamics that support economic vitality. So again, you get to the theme of diversity, uses that are conducive to supporting each other, that cater to the community, encourage private development that maintains the scale and character inherent in the diverse and historic neighborhoods of the township. So you have a building here that was built in 1926. Again, we're not proposing to expand it. We're not exacerbating the parking in that manner. We're not proposing to go up. We're keeping the building intact. We're keeping the storefront intact. Just moving on to another goal, the site is recognized. It's located in the Upper Montclair train station neighborhood, which is a transit-oriented neighborhood. And again, it should be filled with a mix of uses for people that use the train. I can imagine people in the morning going to PT before they hop on the train to go to work. On their way back, they take the train, they go to PT, they walk home, they take an Uber, they ride their bike, they take their car because they already have a permit. Those sorts of relationships already exist within the community. And again, people are going to seek this use out of convenience. They're not going to go out of their way to use this when there are other, options in the region. And then finally, there's a recognition that Montclair's parking ordinances reflect suburban parking standards that don't account for this transit-oriented nature. So again, in transit-oriented areas, it's expected that, parking will be at a premium, that there'll be some tension between having a good diverse mix of uses and sometimes needing to drive around the block to find a parking space, because having an overabundance of surface parking in these locations would not be good planning. That would be contradictory to transit-oriented best practices. Finally, moving on to the second variance, the C parking variance. As noted, the site has no parking. That's not a condition we can control. There's no opportunity to buy additional land or create additional parking. And frankly, when the retail use that was there was allowed, either it was allowed as a pre-existing non-conforming condition or variance relief had been granted. So again, you have a building, an historic area where it doesn't make sense to increase parking, but to have a more shared parking approach that had a retail space there functioning for some period of time. I'm just trying not to be redundant here. Just to reiterate, again, the true need here is 12 to 15 spaces. The ordinance requirement just for the space alone is 19 spaces. We're well below that 19 spaces based on just practical experience. Again, that considers overlap. It considers the daily flow and also the staggered schedule. Not everybody will be coming on the hour, as far as the shifts and the rotations. Parking is controlled by appointments. It's predictable. Again, it's people that know the neighborhood. As far as available parking, you heard testimony that there's a curbside parking available directly in front of the site. There's municipal parking directly behind the site, among other locations in the vicinity of the area. Again, we do believe there'll be some aspect of, people, using this space as a multi-purpose where they're going there and tending to another errand or two, or possibly doing it on their way to or from work via the train. And the issue of parking, frankly, is not a function of the use. Anything that goes in here requires parking, right? So whether it's retail, restaurant, whether it's this physical therapy use, you can't get away from the fact that whatever goes there needs parking. And I would submit that keeping it vacant for another year, I believe it's been vacant for at least a year, would be much more detrimental than a use like this that's benign and contributes, again, to this vibrant, cohesive whole. You heard that the space isn't mid-block, so I didn't perceive it to be a concern, but I know there were questions about what happens when people get dropped off. I think there are opportunities to pull on the rein, or even just at the corner to, let somebody on or off briefly without impacting traffic. As I was driving down Valley Road tonight, there was actually somebody who just stopped in the middle of the street while somebody ran in their car. I mean, that happened tonight, had nothing to do with this use. So it seems to be just a normal way of life now, and perhaps in Upper Montclair and other locations where you see Mr. and Mrs. Amazon just park wherever is convenient, where you see people hopping on and off, jumping in and out of their Uber. But, I think as it relates to this use, I don't think we would expect much of that activity, but it just answers the question, can those periodic drop-offs be accommodated? And I would say that a unique site suitability aspect is that this location is near a corner that can accommodate that sort of movement. And frankly, the MLUL contemplates that there are instances where flexibility should be granted, and that you can't just stick to your ordinance from either a use standpoint or a parking standpoint, or any requirement, that it allows applicants to make requests for variance relief and provide justifications for those variances. Just ticking off a couple of the MLUL purposes. What's that? I don't recall touching it, but it's back on. Finally, just ticking off the several purposes of the MLU, I would submit that the application advances purpose A, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development in the state. G, provide sufficient space in appropriate locations. Purpose I, promote a desirable visual element through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. I think that relates to the maintenance of the storefront as it is. Again, it won't be a major disturbance to what already exists there. The use can go in as if nothing had ever changed, and it'll have the same appeal as many of the other uses as far as visibility, as far as lighting, as far as design aesthetics, et cetera. The applicants thought deeply about this. They have experience doing it in other locations. Based on what they've already done, I think to me it's very clear that it would fit there and work and achieve all the master plan goals of creating a vibrant, active, pedestrian-oriented commercial corridor. And then finally, purpose J, to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts. This is an older building. It's an opportunity to preserve the building with a use that makes sense. In conclusion, I believe this use can be approved because it's distinctly different than the medical office uses that are, specifically not permitted on the ground floor. Based on the specific facts of this application, the unique aspects of this specific brand of physical therapy and this specific location on the Valley Road corridor, the existing storefront will be maintained. We dealt with the issues of site suitability, improving diversity of the zone. Frankly, it's a better planning alternative from a use and parking standpoint. no substantial detriments to the public good. I believe it checks all the boxes, and again, the test for the board is whether or not it satisfies the statutory criteria. I believe we've done that tonight. I believe, from the first meeting and now, hopefully the board has enough information and confidence, has certainly the visual confirmation that this would fit in with the Valley Road corridor. And frankly, it's a good use and, for the community. It's a good use for the site. It serves the community, promotes public health. And, to answer the questions before, why the specific site, it's frankly part of the client's brand. To maintain visibility, that's something that they look for. It's something that they're trying to ingrain in part of their brand as being a member of the community. There's a concept in planning that was sort of pioneered by this Danish planner named Jan Gale. He was responsible for converting Broadway in New York City into pedestrian only. And he had this idea of sort of organic growth that would create chance happenings. And I think chance meetings that help to create this sense of community. And I think this is one of these uses when placed in this location, that you have people, again, from the neighborhood come in this open environment, can meet each other, can talk to each other, can bump into their friends on the street while they're running their errands, et cetera. And again, therefore, it meets all the goals. The positives, to me, from my perspective, clearly outweigh any detriments and the literal interpretation of the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Just a couple of real quick questions, Mr. Chairman. And so the point of that whole, at the end there, where you're talking about this, the type of use this is when you define a medical office, why it could be on the first floor, the differences between this and that's to show to try and to hopefully demonstrate to the board that there's no substantial impairment to the code, correct? Because that's the criteria, substantial impairment.
I can hear from the last meeting and this meeting, that's the issue that the board is wrestling with, is that the ordinance says this. And on the one hand, that kind of is the point, right? That's why we're here requesting the relief. That's what the MLU allows for, is for applicants to, propose alternatives that make sense as long as you hit on the justifications based on case law, based on the statutory criteria. But again, this doesn't fit neatly into any of Montclair's ordinances. I don't think it fits neatly into the medical office definition, which lists what it contemplates, which frankly is the office of medical practitioners, including but not limited to medical doctors, dentists, veterinarians, chiropractors, podiatrists, psychologists, and licensed therapists. Now, I would submit that it's not licensed therapists in the sense of physical therapy, but in
mental therapists.
Mental therapists, right. Personal therapists, and that, which have private rooms. And this is more akin to a retail or personal service type use based on its specific attributes.
And then, on the other end, when you have substantial impairment, you also have substantial detriment. Now, you've testified that there is you don't believe there's a substantial detriment. That was the testimony, correct?
It's a benign use. It's a lower parking requirement. It doesn't impact the public good, and it contributes to the vitality of the neighborhood. It doesn't detract from it.
Part of what this board's job is, or what it can do, is impose reasonable conditions to make sure that the things that were testified to remain intact, correct? To eliminate any potential detriment.
That's accurate.
So
to minimize impact.
If this applicant, during the application, we testified that there would be no more than 5 employees at the peak time, 3 of them being physical therapists, no more than 3 patients per physical therapist. If we agree to those conditions as part of an approval, that could help eliminate the concern on
the parking,
correct?
Yeah.
And
it
then
controls
also,
the use.
And also, it was testified to that they do not accept walk-ins. Everything has to be done by schedule. That can also be a reasonable condition imposed, that we cannot do walk-ins, correct?
Right, exactly right, yeah.
Lastly, my last question, and it was brought up a couple of times. Do you have any opinion on the Saturday issue, the not being open on Saturday?
Yeah, I actually considered this, and again, having watched the last meeting, I kind of thought about how to address that. So again, I drove up and down this evening before getting here. I've been here before, but I just to refresh. I also just did a brief look at what's open and closed and when. This is just a small list, and just to demonstrate that there is no uniform schedule or hours of operation anywhere along the corridor. And again, it's due to the diversity of uses, which actually works well to address the shared parking component. Just beginning with Cold Stone Creamery. They're open every day a week, but they don't open until 1 or 2 p.m. right? So you have all these other uses open in the morning, some at 6 or 7 a.m. Cold Stone doesn't open till 1 or 2. They're open till 10 p.m. There's a bridal shop that's closed on Tuesdays, midweek, just closed. Gus & Co. Seafood, closed Sunday and Monday. They close at 4 or 5 p.m. So just as they're closing, Cold Stone Creamery's opening. But again, there's that symbiosis there, the relationship that makes the whole thing work. You have the Over the Moon Children's Clothing Boutique, closed on Sundays, closes at 4 p.m. every day. You have the Howell Home Goods store, which is closed on Sunday and Monday, so 2 days, at 6 p.m. And then finally, just to give an example of a restaurant, you have Turtle and Wolf, which is closed Mondays and Tuesdays. And when they're open, it's only for lunch and evening hours, but there's also a gap in between. So you kind of have 2 or 3 hour chunks in between the lunch and evening. So to say there's this kind of uniform hours of operation when the whole thing's open and vibrant is not accurate. And this was just based on a very brief analysis.
And in fact, what Mr. Verderisi testified to, that the day we're closed on Saturday is actually when it's the busiest parking day of the week, correct?
Right, so that's when you would want some relief.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, Mr. Pawlon, I just want to clarify testimony thus far. I mean, in trying to get a stipulation from the planner, you indicated that the applicant would agree to a condition that there's no more than 5 employees on site at any one time. My recollection is that on 2 occasions, the number was 4. So is it 4 or 5?
I thought what happened at the last meeting, Mr. Sullivan, was there was this, sometimes an aide comes in during the peak times. So that's why I said 5. It was 3, I think it was 3 physical therapists, a receptionist, and then occasionally there's an aide of some sort that comes in during the peak. It could be during the peak time. That's why I said 5, and that's why I specifically said 3 physical therapists, because that's what generates the
3 physical therapists, 1 reception, and 1 part-time assistant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And that doesn't affect the aggregate number of
12
15 then?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to questions from the board. We'll begin with Ms. Grant.
No questions.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, good evening.
Hi.
As the planner, you had mentioned, what was it, 2 things, of substantial detriment and enhanced burden of proof. Those are kind of like boilerplate terms in terms of having to prove.
Well, it's the specific test. That is the test that the board has to pick a side on, frankly.
Okay.
As far as the criteria, you have the positive criteria, again, site suitability, special reasons, negative criteria, whether or not there's a substantial impact to the public good, and impact to the zoning ordinance and master plan. That's the test in a nutshell.
That's, the municipal land use law sets forth the statutory criteria you need to analyze, and that's the terminology they use.
Okay. Now, because to bring it back to the parking, because I know you said that it wasn't feasible to do the parking, were there any entities that you reached out to, in like the Starbucks or the Kings, to see if you could?
I don't believe, we did reach out to the municipality itself about getting permits from the lots, but there's just none available.
Well, and again, I think it's you have to consider that any use that goes here would have the same exact issue, and that most of the other buildings, I think there was testimony previously that more than half of the businesses there don't have on-site parking. You have a building that was built on the specific site, built in 1926, before the widespread use of the automobile. And, it makes more sense to try to use the space so you don't have the vacancy. And there's just no opportunity to, have specific dedicated parking that's adjacent to the site.
Okay. And then, where else is it? Oh, yeah, so would you consider Upper Montclair to be a downtown or a commercial district?
I would say it's a neighborhood commercial district / corridor.
Okay.
Not a downtown, like a satellite, that you might hear the word node, neighborhood center, that sort of.
And is, I think the classification is transit village, is Upper Montclair a transit village?
Montclair is is part of the Transit Village program. I would consider it a transit-oriented location because of the train station.
Okay.
There's
And
no
then.
official designation yet.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question was just, What are some comparable neighborhoods that you could think of to like Upper Montclair?
So I was in one today, City of Summit. That there, it's more of a downtown, but they have satellite, what they call neighborhood business zones, NB zones, which analogous NB, NC, same kind of same thing. I've been there on Wednesdays, every Wednesday for the last, I forget, lost count, 7 or 9 years, somewhere thereabouts. So I've gotten to study that place pretty well. I know Montclair well. I have friends who live here, who live in Glen Ridge. Ridgewood stands out as being analogous. Again, Westwood has flavors of what this area is. I mean, clearly, it's a special place, no doubt. And so
Yeah.
I get what you're trying to preserve, and I believe it fits that mold, it fits that intent.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So, during your testimony, you referenced the Saturday question. So can you help me, something that I'm wrestling with?
Sure.
Looking at preserving the storefront character of this block, as you mentioned. You also mentioned during your testimony that this use will help the property or the block to remain vibrant. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how do you help me reconcile that statement with the fact that this use will be closed during Saturdays or weekends, and making it look static or not vibrant?
I understand that, and so I think it's a balancing act, and the key there is that not having every use have its peak hour at the same time and being open at the same time. So if you had this, again, homogeneous mix of uses where the rush came at the same time every day, or everything was open at the same time every day, then you'd really have a parking problem. But I think it works because you have things that are staggered, that you have, again, certain retail operations that are focused more toward, daytime shopping. You have restaurants that are open till 10 p.m. You have this, that would be mostly open Monday through Friday, with its peak hours, with the opportunity to be open on Saturdays. So I think it works in that it's not all happening at once, and that those models seem to work best, from my understanding.
Great. Okay. Well, let's set aside the parking, which I think, yes, on Saturdays it helps. Because it shows that, I guess the previous testimony showed that that's the peak time for parking. Okay. But for the vibrant testimony, I think that's a contradiction. So I'm just trying to reconcile the two.
It's vibrant to the extent that it preserves the character and aesthetics of the corridor, right? So you're keeping the storefront, which has a lot of glass. You're keeping the awnings. You're allowing people to be able to look in. Whether or not the lights are on, I'm not sure is the imperative factor, but it is true that when it is open, you have a steady flow of people. I can think of plenty, I won't pick on anyone, but I can think of plenty of retail stores where they're lucky if they get 2 people to walk in the door a day. So you have that balance of, again, literal ordinance interpretation where it's like, well, that's not really the intent, to have this super unique thing where either all the shopping's done online or just the dying, people just aren't going there, versus a steady flow of people for most of the time. And also balancing that with a site that's been vacant for a year. I mean, there are other vacancies along the corridor, and I would submit that this fits, frankly. And so what's better for Valley Road is to let this lay. I think if you had something that, would have fit more neatly, it would have been there already, frankly. I mean, that's not the test, but my point is you have a use that knows the neighborhood, that's ready, willing, and able, and checks all the boxes. And so from my perspective, it would seem like a good idea.
Yeah, and last question. During your analysis, did you find any shop along this corridor that were closed on Saturday?
On Saturdays, let me see. Again, I did not look at every single use, but bear with me. I know for a fact that the bank has limited hours. So at least from my short list, most of the closures that I identified were on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But I think, again, based on the parking issue, that not having everyone be open at the same time alleviates some of that parking pressure. And again, just like when the bridal shop is closed on Tuesdays, that helps on Tuesdays alleviate some of the pressure in the neighborhood.
May I just follow up? Because it's an important question. That's why I saved it to the end. And I just want to reiterate something. I think we could all agree that the quote-unquote stigma of this day being closed, it's Saturday. It's the weekend. So that's when you have the most visitors come to Upper Montclair. We understand that. But can you also, can the same thing be, can you kind of switch that around and say, by being open on every day during the week, Monday through Friday, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., when other uses, when more uses are closed on during those days at certain times than on Saturdays, are we not helping the vibrancy by being a use that's open when many other stores are closed at the same time?
Right, and that's that sort of relationship that exists. So, right, while you might have multiple stores that are closed on Tuesday and Sunday, the lights are on here. Well, not on Tuesdays and Mondays, the lights are on here. So at any given point during the week, you don't have a whole block that's dark. That's kind of the point.
Thank you.
Mr. Church? Ms. Harris?
Yeah, you testified that this uses a lower parking requirement. What are you comparing that to?
Just from a practical standpoint. So there's again, the literal ordinance requirement where if we take the 2,800 square feet, divide that by the 150 for the medical, right, this is considered a medical office, it falls into that column, that for this tenant space requires 19 spaces. But based on the testimony and the practical experience of the practitioners, we expect it would be 12 to 15 at peak. And it would have to ramp up to that, but that's based, again, on staggered schedules, and it's based on, it considers the overlap that could occur.
But just based on the parking requirement, if this was state or retail use, that would be wouldn't that be a lower parking requirement?
Well, there's the literal versus the practical, so
I'm talking literally. Based on.
Well, that's why we're asking for the relief.
The parking requirement would be, for the retail, would be right in the middle of our range. It would be 14 spaces. So while we're saying 12 to 15, retail would require, by code, 14 spaces for this site.
I understand that.
Okay,
I just wanted to make sure
perhaps I misunderstood the question.
No, I'm trying to make sure that I have the numbers correct and you understand. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So technically, if this was a state or retail space, that it would be a lower parking requirement, but you're saying for this specific use that it's lower than the actual.
The practical demand is analogous to or slightly lower than retail.
Okay.
Certainly less than the restaurant.
Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
I just want to get back to the definition of medical offices.
Sure.
Therapist, licensed therapist. Now, I would imagine that they are licensed therapists in this IV, correct?
Well, they are licensed. I don't know I guess it would be a license in physical therapy, right? So, but again, we go back to intent and what this means, and I would note that licensed therapists follow psychologists, which are within the same realm of practice, which.
Yeah, so you're right. But a psychologist might have one patient in his office, him or her office, and then somebody in the waiting room.
Right.
That's not necessarily the case in this situation. I actually think that this actually might adhere to this type of therapy. And the reason why is that it's more than just 2 people or 3 people in that situation. Can you argue against that?
I would say that we've given the testimony that indicates that this could work here based on the very specific programming that's limited by a few things. It's limited by the number of employees. It's limited by the programmatic space and the design of the facility. Medical offices, there's a huge range of we've all been to different types of doctors. There's some with 10 examination rooms, you know what I mean? So It's true that there are one-on-one practitioners, right? Not very exciting from a streetscape standpoint, right? And then you have, sort of mega offices that they treat kind of everything. It's the comprehensive range of medical offerings that everyone that all 50 people that you're sitting with, you don't know what they're in for. One guy has a bad knee, one guy has, cold, so that's just very different than what we're proposing, which again is a more active use. And it's limited by those constraints. So you know what you're getting is my point.
Have you seen through, other towns and other zonings where there are specifics where in commercial areas that they don't want to see the doctor's offices, and why do you think they have those in their codes? Like, what are they getting at? Like, why do they have them?
I think the reason is this issue of activity. So, case in point, the use might be permitted in the zone above the first floor, which is the case here, right? And the whole idea is that there is some level of activity, that there's some level of street interest. I mean, that's something you learn in planning school, right? Is that the storefronts look a certain way, that they're designed a certain way. Some towns even have requirements as far as, you have to decorate for the holidays, something like that. So when you have a medical office use, you have a wall because there's an element of privacy, right? There's demised spaces to provide the practical services. Here, I guess operation kind of flips that on its head, where it says, well, that's not what we're about. We have this open environment which is, in a sense, a form of community, an opportunity for people to meet and have conversations and also to heal, which I just think it's a different animal than the medical office use. And there are a lot of zoning ordinances that just haven't caught up with the times. And I think the more flexibility we grant, that's reasonable, again, not giving away the farm, but when we hear the testimony that, this will work, that it's a creative alternative, that, I hope you'd consider that.
Retail and retail spaces are always challenging. I mean, they some of them close, some of them don't stay open. I think that this zone is trying to protect that concept of the retail aspect of it. If this was on the second floor and they closed on Saturday, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't know it. But this being on the retail, it has to add to the neighborhood, and I'm just not getting to that point there.
I get it, and I get, so like I understand this is a special place, and
No,
I'm saying
no,
that
it's just
genuinely.
like any
No, but it
retail
is.
place,
It's
yes.
unique in New Jersey. It certainly is. You don't have many, little nodes like this that are aesthetic, that have the mix that it has. But what I would say is that you have to be careful. If you have all one thing or another, that's problematic for the vitality long term. There are economic cycles. I think if we look back even to 2008, or I'll give the example of Ridgewood. They had a lot of restaurants. They're 50%, I'm estimated, but a lot of the stores went vacant. They went dark. This helps you be more resilient. You have a brand that exists. Even in bad times, people are going to have bum knees and have to do physical therapy. So I think it helps maintain that vitality. And it's not suggesting that this is appropriate for the whole corridor, just for this 2,800 square feet near the corner of Lorraine. It would make sense, again, to promote the vitality of the whole.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to pick up where Mr. Caulfield was finishing, and that's, in terms of this particular space we're talking about, prior to this application, there were a couple of businesses, retail businesses, that were in that space. It was, I think, an Athleta, and then prior to that, there was a Gap. And so both of those are very popular brands, although I think they're probably somewhat related to each other, I'm not sure. But in any event, both of them were very popular brands. They did generate a lot of activity, and they contributed to the vitality of that business district. But they did not ultimately succeed. And so when you're looking at, what is detrimental to a given area, longevity is a critical question. And so I'm wondering, in terms of this type of facility, what is your sense of its vitality and its ability to be there for the long term and to be contributing partner to that business district?
That's a good question. I don't know their exact business plans, but I know they're a growing organization looking to expand, hence the application here. They already have 750 locations nationwide, or at least regionally. At least in my lifetime, there's always going to be a need for physical therapists, for physical locations for people to come and get the therapy that they need. So I can't imagine, I don't want to speak for them, but I'd imagine there'd be a lengthy tenure. I think that's their intent, at least.
Mr. Chairman, before I don't know I forgot which health group it was. My client, and they can give you the information if you want, said to me that there's a certain health physical therapy outfit in New Jersey that right now has a 3-month wait for their patients. So,
No shortage of demand.
as people continue to play pickleball like myself, they're going to have stuff they're dealing with, and I don't see physical therapy going away. I can give you, if you want, my client can come up and give you the specific group, but that was just told to me tonight. So I think I don't think this use is going anywhere.
Yeah. No, we don't need that
Okay.
additional testimony unless any of my colleagues feel like they need it. But I do thank you for that. But I do think that you made the comment about the characterization that much of the clientele, I think you might even have somewhat insinuated that most of the clientele for this facility would be residents of Montclair. Is there anything that backs up that perspective?
I don't. I can only give you my practical experience as someone who's sought physical therapy. So I think practically, let me back up. I think oftentimes a physical therapy regimen is more than once a week. It's usually 2 or 3 times a week. And because we all have busy lives, no matter what stage of life you're in, whether or not, parents dropping you off, if you're the parent or, empty nest or whatever, you have a busy schedule. And so you're not going to be driving a half an hour, 40. You're going to look for a place that, one, is covered by insurance, likely, if you have insurance, and two, that's within close proximity, that's convenient. And again, I think because of this location where it's, in a sense, permitted, albeit not on the ground floor, that it works and that it's, it gives people the opportunity to kill multiple birds with one stone as far as shopping after they do that or going to it after they take the train.
And I believe there was testimony also, Mr. Chairman, at the last hearing that this really isn't a destination type of use where people are coming from 45 minutes away to come use, and that their current facility in West Caldwell has numerous Montclair residents that go there right now, and I think Mr. Kennedy alluded to it when he was testifying right before, that are anxious for a Montclair location to open up. So I do think there was some testimony about how this is geared towards a more local. Is everyone going to be from Montclair? Absolutely not, but it's a more localized use. Was the testimony.
I know. I think I'm aware of maybe 2 others. There may be more, but 2 other physical therapy organizations within Montclair, other parts of Montclair. It just so happens that neither of those are located on a main street. In both cases, they're really somewhat inconspicuous. And I don't know if that's more the norm or the exception, but I think that has tended to be the practical reality of Montclair. And so I think one of the questions that perhaps some folks are thinking about is why would this be a good thing on a main street where the history in the community has been that these types of facilities have had more of a tendency to be in neighborhoods where there is not as much business activity.
Right, so I understand. I think, and I mentioned earlier, I think it's a specific brand within a realm of physical therapy of different types of offerings. So I think those, the traditional medical office or, suburban office setting, where you have a building and an ocean of parking around it, works for certain types of physical therapy uses. It might work for certain physical therapy type which have ancillary uses. I mentioned like acupuncture, massage, chiropractic, those sorts of things. So which keep people there for longer and they can accommodate more people. Here we're talking about 2,800 square feet. So it's a specific footprint that may not work oftentimes in settings like that. And frankly, this is part of the brand. This is part of the business. So they specifically sought out this location in this part of the community, and it's not their intent to find a location like that.
Okay. And then I guess my last question relates to I guess the question of visibility and walk-ins and all of that. So you've testified that this is the intent is not for this to be a walk-in facility, and yet, the sort of the design of the buildings, not only in terms of what's being presented for this location, but in some of the other representations that we've seen, sort of invites that because of the big glass windows and the receptionist desk, which is near the door, and that sort of that sort of invites people to to walk in, at least to query. It's not walk-in as in you can walk in and get services immediately, but you can walk in and make, and have queries about what this business is, what services it offers, and how do I go about getting an appointment? Would that be correct?
I think that's right, and that's sort of the intent, is that people would, find it and say, oh, I need physical, it's good to know that's there, right? I walked while I was getting my Dunkin' Donuts or wherever I was going down the street, and now that I know that's there, if I ever need it, or my kid needs it, or a relative, whoever needs it, could do that. It might also be the case where I see a neighbor or a friend that's doing something, I can yell in the door, that, that sort of aspect of community. I certainly think there will be people that check in and ask about the services and what this is, and just interest in general, because you'll see the activity and they'll go, well, what is this? And then you'll look up and try to make sense of it. So I think that is part of, what that corridor is designed for. And it doesn't impact the parking, like that aspect of walking in and out has nothing to do with the parking. It just has to do with that encouragement of activity.
Mhm. So in terms of, this is the other part of that question. So in terms of sort of the presentation of this specific type of facility, meaning the Ivy, how it wants to sort of present itself public facing. The Exhibit 3 that we have shows representations of the various locations having a lot of signage in the windows, and phone numbers and website addresses and that kind of thing. Whereas the presentation that was given to us initially, at least, as a zoning board, had a more subtle presentation of the facility with the name of the organization over the entrance, and no apparent intent on having a lot of this signage in the windows. So the question is which is the reality that we are sort of looking at? And then secondly, how does, if Exhibit 3 is the more accurate representation of Ivy's intent, how does that correspond to the businesses along that corridor?
Fair question. So I think here you have an applicant who wants to be a good member of the community, and I think they've already demonstrated that by, one, adhering to the HPC's suggestions, right, the gooseneck lighting, and also just to agree to have a conforming sign. So I think full compliance with respect to signage is what's being represented here. I've been a zoning officer in a number of towns. I've been a planner for 30 or 40 towns, and so I'm familiar with a number of types of zoning ordinances. And so, in addition to the standard identification sign, which has certain dimensions, certain square footage, certain height requirements, oftentimes there will be an allowance of window coverings of, let's say, 20%. I know that's kind of a standard one. So it may be the case, I haven't studied these ordinances, but it may be the case where that's simply allowed. And in most cases, businesses do try to, use that opportunity to advertise, right? Because in a lot of cases, that's their main focal point of advertisement. So I think simply that's what's going on here. I don't think they've skirted around their zoning, obligations here. I think they've conformed within the local law there, and I think the expectation would be that they would do that here. And if anything, we're undersigned, if that's a word, because 40 square feet's allowed. We're certainly conforming, but the proposed sign was less than that. Right now we're at conforming sign.
I could make this very simple. I could stipulate this very simple about the window signage. One of two things: either we'll conform with the ordinances if it's allowed, or if there's been a trend in Montclair where they don't want decal window signs, you can make a condition that no window signs are permitted. Either one is fine with us.
I mean, you've already stipulated that there'll be no blinds, no window coverings
Right.
of windows. So
Correct.
I think that's covered, then there's no sign in the glass of the window.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think they're legally permitted to have a 20% covering.
But they've indicated there's gonna be nothing in the window.
Right, so there can't be any obstruction, but they can have like window decals like this
Okay, but
for
just
20%
so we're clear,
area.
there's no window decals, correct?
If that's what the board wants. I'm not trying to be flippant. Whatever the board feels is best, we'll agree to. It's not a deal breaker.
What about the hours of operation? Is that
Oh, just before you do that, I just want to say that we want to test that as a condition. We'll find it if the board
Yeah.
agrees with
Yeah,
that.
that would
But
be
that would be a
discussed.
condition that
There's a
will.
motion.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, so a lot of the testimony has been predicated upon the fact that this is not open on Saturdays and Sundays. Is the applicant stipulating that the hours of operation will be limited to those hours that they indicated, which are Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
The fact is that our offices, by and large, are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. We have offices that are open on Saturday. In this particular town, we thought it best to not be open on Saturday because of the parking constraints and trying to fit in with what Upper Montclair needs. And so our intent is to be open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's.
Well, I understand the intent, but the question was, will the applicant stipulate that the hours of operation will be limited to those hours?
Which means, Mr. Sullivan, which means if you're limiting it to certain hours, 7 to 8, if you want to then extend the hours, we'd have to come back to the board and modify the
We would be fine with that.
approval.
Yeah, we'd be fine with that.
You all set?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so, any other questions from the board? Okay. All right, so then, again, this is an opportunity then for members of the public to come forward to pose questions, and there will be an opportunity for you to.
Can I just make a suggestion? I think what we should do is an opportunity to ask questions or make statements at this time.
Given the hour?
Well, because what happens with the public is the questions turn into statements, and I think it's just more, the best use of time.
Okay, so if we could, I think the chair would be willing to accept that, but I think we have to try to avoid making long-ranging speeches, okay?
I'm going to go very quickly, and I'm
Hold
going
on
to
a
play
second.
by
Would
the
you-
rules.
first of
John
all, hold on.
Frenzer.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in a matter pending before the board?
I do.
And just repeat your name and address.
John Frenzer, Frenzer, 219 Lorraine Avenue.
All right, and
Montclair,
John,
New Jersey.
just before you raise your question or offer your statement, you raised a concern about the notice about
did.
this. And I'd like to ask the secretary if she could respond to that concern.
Right, so the notice was initially published for the December 17th meeting date, and then when the applicant decided to carry at the end of that hearing, it was rescheduled for January 21st, 2026. They were not available for that date, so we made an announcement at the beginning of the meeting, entered into public record, that it would be carried to this date. So due to the MLUL requirements, they weren't required to renotice, but we did make that public record.
But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that the application said that for this address, it was for a third floor.
Was that on the agenda that was posted?
It's what, do you remember the, yes, on the agenda. Did you, because you changed the agenda, because then there was a corrected agenda a few days ago.
A few days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
So I believe that's why there's no one here in attendance, because this was not the issue.
Well, if there
But
was
regardless.
if there was a third floor addition going to this, wouldn't there be more people out?
Well,
That would be a more intense
that's speculative, Your Honor.
development. Well, thank you for calling me your honor.
I'm trying to play by these
I'm trying to be
rules.
as
So I have some
judicious as
questions for
possible.
these
I do
gentlemen.
apologize for
Oh,
the
please, listen, I so appreciate that you shot me back an email right away and
Right.
corrected it. I think that was great. But that was my concern, is that some very heartfelt people are not here, and when I report back to them, anyway. It's been the testimony here tonight that there is a receptionist. Can you just very briefly remind me what the duties of the receptionist are, why they're required to be there? It was testified last time that it's required to be a receptionist for the purpose of?
there's a dedicated reception area, and there's an administrative assistant who I believe would serve multiple duties, including the receiving of people and, marking them in. I don't think there's a person sitting there at a desk, if that's.
Marking them in for purposes of?
Just acknowledging that they're there for their appointment.
Okay.
I believe the testimony, Mr. Frenzer, was collecting insurance.
Insurance information. So can you tell me, what kind of insurance are we talking about?
Standard medical insurance. that would
Medical
cover-
insurance. What kind of people require medical insurance? Would you agree it's people with medical issues
No.
require medical insurance? No. So they could have come in with car insurance? No.
No, but anybody could.
Pet insurance?
Everyone has medical insurance, even when they don't need it.
But why would you need their medical insurance if they don't have medical?
Because you're alive.
So you're saying they don't have medical insurance, they don't have medical problems, but you have to give your medical insurance?
You can use medical insurance to buy
wasn't-
special
that
sneakers
wasn't
at a
the
retail
question.
store. Hold on. I think there's a distinction between the testimony of what the specific nature of this use is. I understand your point. That's why we're here for variance.
Okay.
This is something different than a standard medical office. And again, I think the issue
Okay.
you're trying to raise is, that's the point of this whole variance exercise.
Okay, so you've said a number of times people who go here have pickleball busted knees.
I
So
don't know. Is that true, Ian?
That was your testimony here today. So if one were to pull up the Ivy Rehab in, say, West Caldwell and look at the Yelp reviews, one person there says that they have vertigo.
Okay.
And how helpful, because first of all, I just want to say, I love physical therapists, and I'm sure these guys are really, really great. But there's been some testimony here that's so would you say that people with busted knees was your
First of all,
testimony?
I said that as a joke when I was talking.
So you jokingly said busted knees?
Excuse me.
Hold it.
Mr. Frenzer, if you're
Mr.
going
Frenzer, yeah,
to recite what was testified to, it has
Great.
to be correct.
Let's hear it.
Okay? The chairman indicated, do you feel this use has a long life expectancy? Meaning, is it gonna go away? And I, as jokingly said, that statement. He did not testify.
Your Honor, this is filibustering.
Well, I'll answer your
It's not
question.
filibustering.
So first of all,
I'm concerned that you're going to filibuster.
I want to move on.
Yeah.
I want to move on.
That would be good. That's a good idea.
So would you say that's people with any knee problems or someone with vertigo? Are these standard patients? Or first of all, you've gone to great lengths to say these are not patients, that these are clients, whereas the applicant testified that these are patients previously. Are these patients or are these clients?
I think you're missing the point. And let
I
me
don't
just
think I
explain.
am.
Well, first of all, the governing body decided that this use is appropriate for this zone. And if if it was at the corner building, it could be right there. It would have the same exact issues that you're objecting to, which I'm not 100% sure I understand.
Mr.
But
Frenzer,
I'm entitled to your
let him
opinion.
answer the
Right.
question.
So in any event, I think common sense would dictate people would either A, not go if they couldn't get there, or they would find the means to get there in a way that would be safe and would be law-abiding. I'm stretching to understand.
Well, let me
what the
say,
issue is.
if I'm allowed to speak, I'll say you testified that these are much not different than Mr. and Mrs. Amazon delivering packages like you saw today.
Delivery trucks that frankly stop. No, I said that occurs. I'm saying this would be limited. That was my testimony.
Mr. Frenzer, stop interrupting
My
the
testimony
witness.
was that it was limited and that this was particularly suited because it accommodated safe drop-offs either in front of the site, near the site, or on Lorraine, which is contrasted from the Amazon and UPS of the world that just park wherever's most convenient for them. I drew a distinction there.
Would you say that the Amazon driver and the patient with knee or vertigo or other issues might have different needs when it comes to stopping and dropping off?
I would expect the delivery driver and whoever's seeking physical therapy would have different needs, if that's your question.
They would have different needs and maybe slower, maybe taking more time? No?
I could go to
Depends how many
physical
pack-
therapy for a busted finger.
Depends how many packages
There's
they're
a whole spectrum of reasons why people go to physical therapy.
Can you tell me how many schools are on this block of Lorraine Avenue?
I have not examined that. I don't see how that's relevant to a use that's
Because
permitted in
it's
the
been
zone.
said that this is not very busy in the morning. It was your predecessor testified last time that this is not really very busy in the morning. Would it surprise you to know that there are 3, La Cordaire, St. Cassian, Buzz Aldrin Middle School? Would it surprise you to know that it is chaos in the morning and chaos in the afternoons?
Okay, so if this were a bagel store in the morning that had the same peak hour as those schools, That would be more problematic situation than, I think you're referring to the peak hour that was testified to that occurred, I forget, it was 7 to 9 or something like that, for a maximum of 12 people versus a hop-in bagel store that would have tens of people, if not more.
Have
entering
you
and
personally
exiting
ever
the store.
driven on this block at that time?
During school?
Yeah, when
I
they're
personally have
lined
not.
up.
I
Okay.
personally have not.
So, it was testified by your predecessor last time, and I think I must have heard him incorrectly,
Okay.
that there are no other physical therapists in Montclair. That
wasn't the testimony.
demonstrably untrue.
I would agree. We just heard from the chair that
Right.
we acknowledge there are in this specific neighborhood. The idea being that this would be a unique feature of this NC zone. That was the point.
But did you testify that there are none in Upper Montclair?
I don't know my exact words. My point was that they were specific to this area, this geographic area of this NC zone. To my knowledge,
Would
there's
it
not
surpri-
another physical therapy use in this specific NZ zone on Valley Road. To
Would
my
it su-
knowledge. What? I didn't
Would
hear
it surprise you to pull out your phone and see that there's focused physical therapy at 552 Valley Road, directly across the street, but behind?
I would say that that isn't pertinent to this application and that we're bound by the statutory criteria, which deals with site suitability and the negative criteria. It's
Okay.
irrelevant.
You talked about the vacancies. This is all to your criteria why you should have a variance. How many vacancies are you aware of on Valley Road right now that are not spoken for with signed leases?
I have not counted, but that is not the criteria from which we're asking the board to approve this application. We're talking
You
about
used-
site suitability. I represented that, to my knowledge, this specific site had been vacant for more than a year, and that by driving down the street, an observation was that it appears that several stores are vacant. That was an observation.
Would it surprise you to know that there are leases signed on all of those but one very small one at the bank?
Okay.
And they refuse to take any applications?
We're going off into territory that's not relevant
I mean,
to
this is
the
completely
issue. This is-
hearsay that they don't.
But it's
This
not
is
even
all part of your testimony.
But it's not relevant to whether or not the entire street could be fully occupied, and that would have no bearing on the statutory criteria that we're bound to address. We've addressed.
Mr. Frenzer, move on to your next point. The witnesses
Well, my
indicate
point
he
was
has
that-
he
Excuse
has
me.
no knowledge of those, and the terms of, you've alleged those things are all leased up, and that's hearsay, and, we don't have any proof of that.
Well, he's using all of this criteria as a reason for you
All
to,
he said was that this property has been vacant for over a year, and that he thought it was an asset if it got occupied by this use. That's what he said. So let's move on to your next point.
okay. That's my point. I disagree that all of this criteria is the criteria he's providing, and I'm saying all of it is questionable. All of the criteria was questionable.
We understand that you disagree with
Thank
his
you.
conclusions.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right. Are there other members of the public that would like to ask questions and make statements?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Diana Marin, 242 Bellevue. I just wanted to let you know that I also checked for the agenda, and as of 2 o'clock, it was posted. I checked in the morning, and I checked prior days, and it was not. Okay, so there are other merchants that were looking to come, but did not, and it just means that they weren't given proper notice. Okay? I don't know, so that, this is just to let you know, it's not because they were disinterested or acquiesce or accept it, it's because they were not given notice. And perhaps, like the gentleman said, maybe he was hyper-focused on when it came out. It came out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's unacceptable. Okay? All right. The second thing is, this board can stop this particular application. It can't stop a restaurant, a bagel store, or anything else, and that's true. But if we're looking at parking and burdensome situations on Valley Road, drop-offs, pickups, whatever, this is something that you have the power to put an end to, all right? So, and the other thing is that I just want to clarify, is it true that this gentleman just stipulated that they will not do Saturday hours ever
in their existence there?
So the applicant stipulated that their hours would be limited to, as they testified, Monday through Friday. They would not be open on Saturday or Sunday. It doesn't mean forever. It means that that's a condition of this approval if it's approved. In the future, the applicant could come back to the board and apply for additional hours. It would be on notice and go through this whole process again.
Okay, because as a statement, I just want to say, it seems like we're trying to, or they're trying to rewrite the ordinance. It says medical, okay, and they're likening themselves to hairdressers, which I think is an insult to the profession. But nonetheless, dentistry is listed there, and orthodontics have the same setup. They have people open in an open gallery, and they're going from kid to kid, from patient to patient, putting their implements in there and whatnot. So this is not some sort of a very unique setup for a medical facility. And dentistry, as I said, is in the ordinance. So I wanted to thank you for your time. I know I took up some of your time, but I think what I had to say added something to the discussion. So have a good night. No questions for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for one of the owners. Do physical therapy operations have to comply with HIPAA requirements?
Yeah.
Similar to medical offices, or?
Correct, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another question? Did you stipulated in the last time, is this just for kids, this therapy? Or what was that?
No.
No, it's not, okay, okay, sorry, it's understood, thank you.
We should close the public hearing.
I have a question. I have a question for you as legal counsel. And I want to clarify to the public that Mr. Sullivan is legal counsel. He is not a judge, okay? Is it appropriate for the board to pose a question to the public?
No.
Okay.
Well, the two members of the public who testified, the board can ask questions of those individuals.
Okay.
If they choose to do so.
Okay. I'd like to pose a question to either of the members of the public that addressed us.
Well, pick one.
Okay, so I hate to be prejudiced, but I'll begin with the last. Would you please come forward? Yes, please. And this is the question really is for clarification, because I just want to make sure I really sort of understand.
Okay.
What is it, from your perspective, that makes this application detrimental to this business area?
What's the heart of the opposition?
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you have to pick one, it would be the fact that there is very limited retail. You know, there are restaurants, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea of having retail and having, people having parking issues as it is, being able to leave their apartments and to go out and do some shopping, to also invite others to come into the town as a sort of unique, eclectic area, to, go from one place to another, and have it more of a community, sort of have some sort of a chemistry, a vibe, a little bit of what it used to be. And so, as I mentioned, the issue is not what you can stop. You can't stop more eateries, but you can't stop, a place that's going to be dark on a Saturday, rather than having another place to go and shop and to look around and to admire the windows and the window treatments, and have merchants come and sort of, coexist together. So I think that that's, the main focus. I think the second focus is really the danger. I think it's more like looking at that area that is really congested, where people are dropping off, picking up, the whole traffic, not necessarily parking per se, but the whole traffic of where there's kids running around. There's, people that may be physically challenged or just distracted. And you have people making deliveries, drop-offs, pickups, and so on and so forth. It's just a busy area. It's a county road. And so you have this area there where, you know, it's just this little hopeful, you know, little kind of side note in front of that boutique where people may be able to drop off, maybe not. You know, doesn't really seem to be the ideal location for something like this. And, you know, to try to sort of skirt the issue where, well, it's medical, it's not really medical, it's kind of like hair, it's not really hair, all of that is very distasteful. If you want to be a good neighbor and you want to be part of the community, then let's just speak in the way it is. And the way it is that it's really not adding to the foot traffic and the mercantile aesthetic feel of the Upper Montclair community. And Montclair could use more revenue, I would think, with everything going on, rather than not. And I don't see how this is going to be contributing to that spirit.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right. With that, then we'll close the public hearing, and Mr. Cohart.
Make a summation, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I'll
please.
try, given the hour, I won't be as long as I otherwise could be. I understand, and my client understands, some of the views being expressed on what this on this application. It's very simple. It very clearly says medical office can't be on the first floor. No one's disputing that. However, I think the testimony, and I think common sense dictates that this type of use, what my client is proposing to do, the open nature of it, the physical activity that's occurring that you're going to be able to see, this isn't the type of use you envision on a second they envision when they put this ordinance. Candidly, if this use was on the second floor, you'd probably have first floor tenants complaining about all the thuds that are going on upstairs because people are doing physical activity above their storefront. That probably would most likely happen. So the question is, what this board is charged to do is to take a look at what's being proposed and say, technically, by the definition, this is a medical office, but can a variance be given for this particular use with this particular characteristics without being a substantial detriment to the public good and without being a substantial impairment to the master plan? I think the answer to both those questions is yes. With regard to this substantial detriment, this would otherwise be a permitted use in the zone. If this building had a second floor on it, we could go on that second floor, conduct the same activity, and be permitted as of right, assuming the parking was adequate. Your zone contemplated this type of use in this zone. So while I understand, you know, everyone's worried about traffic, everyone worries about school kids, everyone worries about these things. But the testimony, the professional expert testimony, is crystal clear. This use, from an intensity standpoint, is just as good, if not better, than certain retail uses that can come in here as of right. Mr. Barron's brought up a great point. In the mornings, if this was a bagel store, what would be safer for those school kids that are walking there? If they're school kids walking there, people are being driven to school. I think we all know the answer to that question. Furthermore, we've stated very specific criteria for how we're going to operate: number of employees, hours of operation. Those conditions lessen any detriment that this has from the public safety, public good standpoint. From a substantial impairment, again, I can't see this type of use being considered on a second floor when they came up with the zoning ordinance. It's not a static medical office. This isn't my children go to orthodontists. This is not similar to an orthodontist office. It's just not. It's almost like, you've heard the testimony, a hybrid between a medical office and a retail service. It's kind of a hybrid. Are there medical activities going on? Yes, that's why we're characterized as it. But I feel like it's not your prototypical medical office. Mr. Mr. Chairman, you brought up, some questions where, well, how's this going to work within the community, within the vibrancy, within the working part and parcel with the other uses? I think, Mr. Chairman, you brought up a great point. There are people that are going to be walking down the street. They're going to see what's going on in there. They're going to walk in. They're going to ask questions. They're going to say, oh, what type of services do you provide? Okay, can I get some information? Can I make an appointment? That's what downtown, that's what neighborhood districts are for. It'd be no different than if you walked into a restaurant and say, can I see a menu before I decide to sit down? Or can I get a to-go menu? Or you go to a retail store and you ask, do you have this line in your store? No, you don't. Okay, I'll try somewhere else. Now, is it a typical retail use? It's not. But I think we all can agree what was going on in, say, the 1980s or the 1970s, 1980s doesn't mirror what goes on in the 2020s. And I think this board, I feel like we've proven that from an intensity standpoint, from a parking standpoint, this is a positive to the area. I feel like this use will be less than or equal to what the statutory, what your code requires for retail uses. Look, does the not being open on Saturday have some good aspects and bad aspects? It does. But every use closes at some point. Every use doesn't contribute to the vibrancy of the downtown 7 days a week. They're going to be closed. We just happen to be closed on Saturday. But the benefit of that is, you've heard from even the public, Saturdays is when your busiest time is. And we're not going to be utilizing parking spaces at that time. I think the overall testimony justifies the granting of this variance. I think my client has done what he can to try to address the concerns of this board with regard to signage, the window signage, intensity of the use, and I would respectfully request that you approve the application as submitted with the conditions agreed upon previously. I thank the board for their time.
Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to just commend the professionals. It's 11 o'clock, so I guess it might have been a bit later if everyone else showed up. But I do want to say that I am in support of the use. I think it does provide a level of diversity and character to the neighborhood, but I don't feel convinced that enough due diligence was performed for the parking. In the previous meeting, we had mentioned that there was an applicant that had brokered deals to secure parking. And just from, I don't know if common sense would be the right term, but just, it's well known that we have a restaurant business in the upper Montclair district. And so to not have done a study during the operating hours of the restaurants leaves me uncertain as to whether or not, as you're operating between the hours of 6 to 8, whether there's going to be those sufficient spaces. As well as, parking is the last hard, raw commodity in the upper Montclair district, and it's not a downtown yet. Maybe in the future, they'll put a parking lot, tiered parking lot there, and it will become, more of a downtown, but it's still like a neighborhood. And so I wish I would have seen more effort done in the parking study or, trying to secure some type of permitting, at least for the 4 employees. So I'm in approval of the use variance. I'm not for the parking.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the same concerns that my colleague, Mr. Cruz, in terms of the parking analysis during the peak hour in the afternoon. I think that also left me a little uncertain. Generally, I think this type of applications is something that the board should not grant lightly because of changing the character of this I guess of this block, of this zone, and the intent is clearly to be retail oriented, although the testimony explained that this use may be a little different than a medical office. I think I'm not fully convinced that is the case. I would like to hear from my other colleagues what their opinion is, but yeah.
Mr. Church?
Now, I've been going back and forth in my mind on this one. I understand that a lot of the business that'll come to this type of facility will come from locals, the people who live in the area. The parking and the use of automobiles on that particular stretch is very problematic under the best of conditions. Any given day, you can't move between Bellevue Avenue and Lorraine. Saturdays are worse than any other day. I feel that it's necessary, or it's a good idea, to have a physical therapy outlet in town. I believe there are several around in the area. I just don't believe that this location is the best place for it to be. I find it's just too congested. The usage would be, just add to it. And the use of restaurants and the use of clothing stores and the use of other facilities in that area are uses that have been used for a long time in this area. And it's in, out, by, I'll be around. They have plenty of places to park in the back. And it's accommodated itself. I just don't, although I feel a physical therapy outlet should be created, I don't believe this location is the place to do it. So I would not want to see a use variance for a physical therapy office in this location.
All right. Ms. Harris?
I think, like Mr. Cruz, I don't really have an issue with the use in this location. I view physical therapy operations more like spas or gyms, where you have an appointment to go into a spa and, you know, you're taken back and, you know, whatever services that you are paying for, you receive. So I don't think it's very different than, you know, the Woodmont Spa on Church Street or any of the street-facing gyms. And as someone who's worked in retail most of my life and understand that a lot of retailers fail, it is really good to have, and you know, we can drive around Montclair and see vacancies all over the place. It's good to have diverse uses on our high streets. The parking I struggle with because it's going to be an issue whoever goes in this location, whether it's a retailer or this physical therapy operation. So I think generally I would be okay approving this application because I think that regardless what use goes into this space, it will be an issue for parking. That the parking situation on Bellevue Avenue will not be made worse by this use here. So I would generally be willing to approve this application.
Mr. Caulfield?
I never knew this building was an L shape, actually. I don't think I've ever went into the gap until I saw this application, and I went to the property and I saw it. And, you know, and it's been sitting vacant for such a long time. And the reason why is, like, who's going to buy this or rent this space out? It's gigantic. And then the secretary said that there's plans for this space to be used or split down the middle. I don't think we know what this space is yet, in the sense, like, it hasn't been subdivided. The entrance on Lorraine hasn't been there. There's not two different commercial spaces. I don't know what this is going to be. I think I'd like to see I would like to see this subdivided and see what's out there that maybe would want to go into that space. I think with the present space of that L-shaped giant place, I don't think anyone would go into that. As speaking to the physical therapy, I mean, I always hate turning businesses around. We always need businesses in this town. And the parking, I'm the other side. The parking doesn't bother me. If I'm driving and I come to between Lorraine and Bellevue, I do not go down there. It's just it's like a dead end, and that doesn't bother. That's what you do when you live in Montclair. Parking is always a nightmare. I cannot tell you the times I just drive around and drive around. I mean, that parking garage on where the train station is, I don't think anyone ever moves out of there. But I think the ordinance and that code does mean something. And it was written in 1995. I looked it up there. I think it does mean something. I think they wanted to protect these neighborhood characters or the corridors to be residential. There's 30 stores. I counted them. I imagine I could walk into all 30 of those stores. This one I can't. I do not want to be a denier of, like, physical therapy is something that's definitely used. And as my colleague said, when she brought up the different uses there, I could get my head around that. But I don't know. I'm holding on to the code, and I believe this is a medical office, and I do think it should be on the second floor. Thank you.
Ms. Grant?
So I'm in favor of the use. I want to thank the members of the public that spoke. I wanted to say that I understand exactly how you feel about this proposed use of this space. I think that wellness is important, and I think that while we discuss lighter uses of physical therapy, there's many uses for physical therapy, and the need to have it close by is really nice to have. I was a cancer caretaker, and I would take my relative to physical therapy, and when you have a challenge like that in front of you, this is what your neighborhood provides. It's nice to walk to the dentist. It's nice to walk to the doctor. It's nice to walk. Here, I walk to all my appointments here in Montclair. I don't have to get on even a drive or anything. Everything is right here. And so why not have that space utilized for something that has to do with wellness? Like I said, I think the space is, as far as the weekend, I do think that if you're going to approach the community with a space that they have reservations about, you have to make some concessions or get a little creative with your proposal to the community, because if you have this space, I know this was discussed at the last time that we reviewed this, and I believe the gentleman here, he said that, no, we just don't open like on the weekends. But you could rent it for yoga. You could rent it for something that kind of relates. I mean, that's like kind of like proposing something just separate. But like I said, a unique approach, knowing that the community wants it open. I don't know the logistics of all of that, but I would just say that even suggesting it or saying you would look into it, it's meeting the community in the middle. And that didn't seem to be the case. It was like, this is how it's run, that's it. So then maybe this isn't the space for it, if there's no like flexibility. But generally, I'm in favor of the use. And as far as the parking, I think that the lots offer the space. There's an issue with the obtaining the permits, but that's something that can be kind of looked into later with the owner, because I'm sure there's something that can be done about the town permits. And that's all I have.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that it's unfortunate that there was some miscommunication and more members of the public missed the opportunity to come and to express their perspective on this. And I do think it's important to acknowledge that and say that's perhaps a lost opportunity. There was one comment that was made by, I think, one of the members of the public about the various businesses that are currently vacant in this area, but that there are clients that are anticipated to be going in there. And so that certainly speaks to the ongoing vitality of this particular part of Montclair. But I do think that it would not be fair to the zoning board to assume that we were aware of those vacancies and plans for businesses to go into them. I mean, we respond to variances, and so not everything generates a variance. It's just as simple as that. And so therefore, we don't operate on the basis of having knowledge of, and therefore influenced by matters that perhaps are taken up by the planning board, but which do not rise to the level of the zoning board. So I think that's important also to note. Traffic and parking in Montclair is a problem. I think we all know that. And it's not a problem that is diminishing. In fact, it's a problem that, well, let me say, my opinion is it's a problem that's increasing. And there are more and more vehicles on the road. That's why there are so many parking decks that have gone up in the township. There are concerted efforts to try to alleviate that as a real challenge. And so that is, I think, something that we're all acutely aware of. I think all of us make concerted efforts to support the business community all over Montclair, and therefore all of us have an awareness of how much activity and traffic, foot traffic as well as vehicular traffic, and in this particular area that we're talking about. So I think we're all aware that it is problematic. I think it was helpful for Mr. Behrens to make reference to the commuters that come in and those that are able to utilize a facility like this before heading off to work or at the end of the day coming in and utilizing it. It just, again, speaks to the sort of the variety of activity that unfolds in an area like this. So clearly this is it's an area and it's an application that presents its own complications and challenges. I do think that it's true that any business that would be going into this space would have a real parking challenge. I mean, I think that's just reality. And so whether it's a medical office such as this is characterized, or as a retail business or a restaurant, it just presents a lot of problems. And so that it raises the question of whether it's fair to any of them to expect them to be able to generate 24 to 28 parking spaces that are dedicated to their purpose. So I think that's important to acknowledge. I think also with respect to the use, I think there are two questions. One of them is whether or not this type of use is really consistent with the overall character of this particular business district, and which is not to say that everything needs to be the same, but again, it's just acknowledging that there, even within the scope of the variety of things that are existent in this area, does this sort of fit within that? Or does it really represent something which is a fairly significant deviation? I have to say it feels like a deviation. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like a deviation from what is normally on this strip, although I don't think that it's detrimental either. I mean, I don't think that it casts a negative to this particular area. I do, on the other hand, feel that there are other areas of the community where it would be better posited than this particular location. And so I think as we're probably hearing from many, or certainly other members of this board, it's one of those things where one moment you feel like, okay, yeah, let's go with this, and another moment you say, but there could be better alternatives. And that's what I think is part of what makes this so difficult. In any event, I guess my conclusion is probably to say that I guess is to say that I'm not opposed to this. I mean, I believe that there are better alternatives than this location, but I'm not absolutely opposed to this application as it has been presented. I do separate the parking because I just think that that's problematic regardless of what kind of an entity is going into this particular location. All right, with that said, we have.
What are the, I mean, what do we have, their zoning? Is it parking part of that? I just looked in here.
Well, there's two, the applicant's here for a use variance, a
Yeah.
D1 use variance.
And then the sign variance.
And
Yeah,
for
that's out.
the parking variance. You have two
Yeah,
variances.
the sign I'm
not
not
here.
dealing with.
Parking's not there.
The sign is off the table. The applicant stipulated that they would put a conforming sign on. So someone needs to make a motion. Well, if there's a motion to approve the application, it would be subject to the applicant installing the gooseneck lighting as per the HPC recommendation. The applicant stipulated there would be no blinds, no window coverings, and I would suggest there will also be no window decals in there. The applicant stipulated that hours of operation would be limited to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Applicant stipulated that there would be no more than 5 employees on site at any one time. That was 3 physical therapists, 1 receptionist, 1 part-time assistant. There will also be no more than there would be a maximum of 15 individuals on site at any one time. There would be no walk-ins. Everything would be by appointment only, and would also be subject to our standard conditions that the applicant's bound by all representations made on its behalf during the course of the public hearings, and that the applicant shall be responsible for inspection fees incurred under Montclair Code Section 202-27, as well as escrow fees incurred in connection with review of this matter. So someone should make a motion
Could we,
one way
before
or...
we get there, it's like a mixed bag on this dais. Is there any way we can, I don't know where everyone is right now. Could we, I mean, some people are for the use, some people aren't, some people are for the parking. Can we get, I mean, before we go to the voting, could I get a sense?
If the D variance was approved and the parking was denied, it's
gone. It's
Yeah,
done. It can't
so-
go. Yeah. So I'd like to know where everybody is.
Well, I think they just said where everybody was.
Yeah, but I wasn't here counting.
I was.
Oh, good. Okay. So what do we have then?
But nobody's, you're not bound by your preliminary reaction.
Of course.
So that's what, I mean, if you're asking for further discussion, but now's the time for someone to make a motion.
Quick question, Mr. Sullivan. Was there condition on group classes or group therapy? No, there's no condition. So there's no limit to.
No, I mean, there was a limit to a maximum of 15 individuals on site, including the 4 employees.
Okay, so that will
That would,
Bring
I
it
think that
to
would
the-
cover your concern.
Okay, okay, yeah, thank you.
I'll make a motion. Now, how do I have to turn the motion?
Well, the motion would be, are you saying to
Let's
approve or
break
deny
them.
it?
Can we break them?
I would like to break them.
Because they're not written like that?
I,
Understanding that if you,
I would make a motion to deny.
okay, let's see if that carries. The motion to
Deny.
deny, and is that both the D and the C variances? C, D and C.
Is there a second? Not-
Second.
No, I'm not hearing a second.
Okay, anybody want to make a different motion?
So I guess I would make a
Thanks.
motion to approve the use variance with the stipulations as described by Mr. Sullivan.
Understanding that, so the applicant understands that if that motion passes and the parking variance does not, the applicant's stuck.
So they're not broken?
Yeah,
Okay, so this is an application to approve the D variance, subject to the conditions that I articulated.
correct.
This requires 5 affirmative votes of the 7 members. Is there a second?
All right, I will call the roll. Chair McCullough.
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield.
I'm going to hold my vote.
Mr. Church.
No.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Mr. Viera.
Yes.
Ms. Grant.
Yes.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes.
And then back to Mr. Caulfield.
5 passes, correct?
That's correct. They have 5 for the use variance,
So
subject to
that
those
passes?
conditions, subject to the parking variance.
That passes?
I'm sorry?
That passes already with the 5?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying no, but if it was, I would say yes, but I'll say no.
Well, hold on. Is your vote a yes or a no?
It passed, so what is?
He's saying-
You have to vote one way or another.
I will,
You can abstain.
yeah, I'll abstain.
Okay. Okay, it does pass, but just, we'll have a conversation about abstaining on votes after this. But that D variance, the D variance has passed, subject to those conditions, understanding that it's interrelated with the parking variance, which someone now has to make a motion with.
I'll make that.
And your motion is what?
To approve the parking variance as stated?
Is there a second?
Second?
Second.
All right, Chair McCullough.
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield.
Yes.
Mr. Church.
No.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Mr. Viera.
Yes.
Ms. Grant.
Yes.
Mr. Cruz.
No.
Okay, so that application has been approved in its entirety. The D variance was approved by separate vote, 5-1-1, and the parking variance was approved by a vote of 5-2.
I'd like to thank the board for their time, and I appreciate your patience and your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other items to come before the board?
Nothing left on the agenda.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Do we want to talk about abstaining?
I'm sorry?
Do we want to talk about
All fair.
abstaining? and
Well,
opposed to?
I mean,
Is that,
I understand the vote was moot, okay, but if you're going to hear all the testimony, you need to vote yes or no,
Yes, you
okay?
do.
I mean, in that instance, it did not matter, okay? But, there's going to be difficult votes, and that's why you're here, to vote. So that's my point.
so
Motion to adjourn.
If it
Okay.
comes to that, I will back.
So there is a motion to adjourn, is there a second?
Second.
All right, I think all in favor.
I want to talk to you before.
No, nobody wants to abstain, huh?